Hello, friends. I'm Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Welcome to the ultimate freestyle tinywhoop.com Tiny Whoop build. It's a mouthful. Don't say it. Don't say it. End Q&A. For real this time. We're actually going to do this build this time. What's happening with this situation here? Oh boy! It's much worse. In the chat, it's Apache Smoke Wounded Sniper was first, Technique was next. Gangly Ganger has arrived. Eric Moe, Christian, Cortez, Frank Nicholas, Gusto, Yella Captain is in the house. Left Step, God of Dabs, Elmo Hawk, Rob Axelson, RC Roscoe, Eva FPV, TK 8-Bit, Sketch, RC Roscoe, Free Lojo, and Hell's Pawn. What's happening? What's up? What's up here? What's going on up here? Nah. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. I'm just gonna have a misshapen head. Could be worse. Let's do this. Let's make it less tall. We'll try to make it less tall. Be less tall, head. Be less tall. It's less tall. RC Tom Thurberg. What's up, everybody? Yeah, we're actually going to be doing the build today. What's today? Sunday? Friday. We spec'd it all out, talked about it, figured out where we're going to put the VTX. And yeah, today we're actually going to dive in and do the soldering and whatnot. I'm in Joshua's time slot right now. And I'm not used to that. I'm used to streaming at 3 o'clock on Sundays. This is a little bit earlier than 3 o'clock by 2 hours. I know how time works. Yeah, and I'm sleepy. Hey, tomorrow night on the stream, starting at 8 o'clock, but I think at 10 o'clock tomorrow night, we're going to do a live auction of this thing. I'm going to come on here, and I'm going to go, what is the fucking deal with the auction people? Why do they do that? Why do they fucking, why do they all turn into Foghorn fucking Leghorn? Why? Why is that a thing? What, like, where does that come? Why are auctioneers dumb? Why do so many auctioneers ramble and repeat themselves as fast as possible? They just sound annoying and stupid to me. I've been to auctions where the auctioneer doesn't sound like an ass, and the average time between a bid is about the same, so it doesn't seem to make it go by any faster. Is there any good reason for this? First response is, it makes you feel rushed and bid without thinking. That makes a lot of sense. Single Girl Illa says, 1 comment, 1 comment, 1 comment, 2 comment, 2 comment, 3 comment, 3 and 4 comments. Going says, oh, no, actually, I'll be here fast. I was told by my dad that it just gets the audience excited, not unlike a TV commercial. I change the channel when I hear awful, fast, overly excited commercials and make sure to never buy that product. But it must work for some people. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it as much. It's because it's a great way to get your attention and excitement levels. Ladies and gentlemen, here 200, can I get an offer with 200, sold the impeccable sense of value. Sold to the man with the impeccable sense of value. It inspires a sense of urgency that makes you bid without thinking of what you're bidding on or why. More like, how the fuck do they talk like that? Both gets the energy up in the room, makes people feel pressured. If he's talking fast, means it's time to bid. Oh, God. Yes, a million times yes. They're far worse in America than here in England, from what I can tell. There's no need to talk like that unless you're being electrocuted. Shut the fuck up and tell me how much the bid is at. Oh, there's nothing better than Reddit. Thank God for Reddit. Jesus. Oh, man, Reddit. What a beautiful place. Hey, if you want to talk directly to me, all you gotta do is type CiottiFPV.com. I'm just typing. If you type CiottiFPV.com into your chat comment, it'll light up on orange like this, and I'll know that you're talking to me. This is my full-time job, unbelievably. Head on over to CiottiFPV.com. You know, I need to put a little bio in to Linktree. Since I'm using it like as my website, I should put a little bio in there, you know what I mean? Let's put a little bio in there. Here's my Instagram. Come on. Come on. There it is. I'm gonna steal my bio from here. Steal it from here. And so isn't there a way, header? I think there's a headline title. Only gives me 35 characters. That sucks. Cinematic FPV drone pilot. Where's it put? There it is. I know that there's a way to add header, video, document, contact form, view all. Share content directly. No. Make and collect, grow. There's got to be a way to, this is the same thing, I'm assuming. I wonder if I could just stack these. Blah, 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 blah. What does that look like? Okay. So if I do this, let's see. Let's see. Oh, God, why? I'm not good at the computer. I'm not good at the computer. Let's see if I can just like grab that. See how much of that'll fit. Nope. Well, that doesn't work well. So let's just do. Let's just do this. I just want to put this in here so that I remember. Message for booking. There we go. Cool. That looks terrible, but it's better than nothing. And now I'll remember to figure it out a little bit better. Yeah, hey, look. Ways you can support me. Patreon helps me the most, and you get the most benefit, and you're going to love it. I swear to God. Etsy, I've got some fun stickers and some random hardware. Fiverr, you can work directly with me one-on-one. Teespring, we got some fun shirts and apparel, other apparel. If you want to donate to the madness directly, there's a PayPal link here. And then look at all these affiliate links. If you're doing an order on the internet, there's probably some content creators struggling their ass off to make ends meet that could use some free money. And affiliate links are how you do that. So if you're ever doing an order before you check out, just hit this link or replace your bookmarks with the affiliate links. We bleed FPV newbie, join FPV cycle, Amazon.com, Get FPV, Oh My God, HD0, Flywoo, Banggood, Camera Butter, AliExpress. And then there's some other fun stuff down the bottom here. So yeah, support your buddy so that I can continue to do this full time. Because that's how I do as good of a job as I currently do, is by doing it full time. Apache Smoke December says, "What's up, CiottiFPV? How are you doing? Hello, gangly gang." Wait, hold on. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. No!
Sold 5. Up to 10, you're down to 90. Bid $10 here, 10 now. Bid 12, bid 12, 12 now. Bid 15 now, 17.
I can't let these play because I'll get Copyright ding. So maybe I'll start reading the chat comments. I want to be an auctioneer for a living now. That's my fucking calling. Screw this flying drones shit. It's auctioneer time, yo. Cortez Campbell says, what's up, CiottiFPV and Gangly Gang? Yellow Captain says, yes, long time no see. How are you doing? Robox says, helicopter angle. Robox also says, shipping away my McStickies. What figures I don't want? The team timing out. Robox says, chipping away at the McStinkies. What material do you want? TPU, PLA, PETG. If it's TPU, I'm tapping out. Yeah, I think TPU is the only material that's gonna not break with how hard I slam these things into stuff. So I think it has to be TPU. Eva FPV says, hi. 8-Bit says, did you get a chance to freestyle the 75mm outside yet? Just the 2 batteries that didn't get recorded properly. It's been raining. It's been raining all day, every day since then. This is a real shit winter. I mean, the winters suck anyway, but this winter is just disgusting here in Atlanta this year. And yeah, it just rains. It just, like, every day it feels like it's just pouring all day long. So yeah, not a whole hell of a lot that I can do, unfortunately, but I just continue to wait it out. Hey, sticker packs are available. If you want to support my madness, $10 will get you a sticker pack. There's a matte pack and there's a shiny pack. The matte pack is a CiottiFPV logo sticker, a Gangly Gang sticker, and a Micro King sticker, all in matte finish. And then there's also a shiny sticker pack with a holographic CiottiFPV logo. Woo! A holographic Gangly Gang logo. Woo! And a giant Micro King window cling. This is a window cling. You can stick it to a glass on the inside or the outside. CiottiFPV.com, hit the PayPal button, PayPal me $10 with your address, and tell me which sticker pack you want, and I'll mail it directly out to you. Ha! Speaking of stickers, here are the stickers that are on the Etsy store. This is not. This is, though. Don't you want a nut grabber sticker? Never give up sticker with long lost clam man, Kalal Carbon for the car weebs. Little tiny old school logo in holographic. Old school logo in matte. Old school logo in holographic and big magnet. Look at that one. 90s style. Cool different version of the logo. And there's the holographic one again. Etsy, yo. Link over on CiottiFPV.com. Thank you, friends. Thanks for the support. Suck it! I've been watching the league, so I'm all leagued up. No, actually, I've flown a bunch more batteries than that with the 75mm rig. I flew a bunch of batteries on the 1002s. By a bunch, I flew 2. I flew 2 batteries on the Flywoo 1002 23,500s in the front yard. It's pretty good. It's really good, actually. Those 1002s are the best of the motors that I've tried until I tried the 802 27,000s on the biblades. The 1002s are interesting because you can run them on tri-blades. And then the 802s are biblade only, but they hammer on those biblades. So yeah, 2 really good motor options. If you want more mass and more throw, you want the 1002s. If you want more lightweight and for it to be more of like a dual purpose kind of build, the 0802 1.5mm motor shaft 27,000s are definitely what you want. So yeah, bunch of different ways to, a couple of different build options for you. Northern Tier says, howdy gang, head looks great. Hope you are well, sir. Did you end up liking that BetaFPV board? I'll let you know in a couple hours. Stevie says, yo, it's Sunday, hair no care, enjoy. Agreed. Kevin James says, keep practicing, dude. Rob Oxison, so you okay? You having a seizure? Kevin James says, cattle auctions are very fast-paced. Kevin James also says, it'd be cool if your link tree had a link to where you were selling all these tiny whoops you are building. I haven't sold any yet, Kevin. As I said earlier, tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, we're going to do the very first live auction. So yeah, on the link tree, the link to my YouTube is where. And so yeah, basically, I think what I'll do is, so I'm gonna hop into Joshua's time slot tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern. At 10 o'clock Eastern, when most folks that are used to my stream starting jump in, I think I'll just say like, hey, live auction starts now. We'll fly it around the room, talk about the build, and between like 10 and 10:30, I think the auction will end at 10:30. At 10:30 in the chat, whoever the highest bidder is, they have to go to PayPal and yeah, send me the money. And if whatever that person flakes, then it goes to the next person, and we just keep doing that. But nobody will flake because you guys will be hanging out in the live chat, so we're good. But yeah, it's the newbie drone build that I did 2 live streams ago. It's an Acro-B V1 AIO, which is very rare. MPU 6000 gyro. It's the lightest of the newbie drone Acro-Bs, which is pretty cool. And it's got a little EP2 ELRS receiver on it. This is back in the day that the newbie drone Acro. So this is the only newbie drone Acro-B AIO that does not have any receiver whatsoever built in, which is kind of cool. BT 2.0, 0802, 25,000 kV motors. One of them has a replacement bell, so you're getting 4 tinywhoop.com 0802 25,000 kV stator bases, 3 of their bells, and then 1 red and black Happymodel bell. Goober canopy, newbie drone BI camera, regular old antenna, and the GemFan prototype tri-blades, actually. So if you're absolutely dying to get your hands on the 1208 GemFan tri-blade prototypes, this is the only way that you can do. I'm sure that these props will be available soon enough, so don't buy it for that reason. Unless you want to, then do whatever you want. Don't listen to me. So yeah, and I don't know. Maybe I'll throw some other. I'll certainly throw like a sticker or 2 in and some other fun stuff. Maybe I'll throw a set of the quad blades in there. But you don't really want to. Well, I mean, they are 0802s. I'll throw a set of the quad blades in. Yeah. Because the 0802, I was about to say you don't want to run the quad blades, but you don't want to. I blew a set of 702 up on the quad blades, but the 0802s will probably be fine on the quad blades, especially because I've got the 75mm rig with 0802s cranking away on those big ass 1.6 inch biblades. So that makes me feel better about the 1.2 inch quad blades. Probably fine. EvaFPV says, what do you need TPU printed? So we've got a little TPU printing contest that you can join in on if you'd like over on the Discord channel. And it's in, where the hell is it? It's in 3D printing. So there's a 3D printing text channel, and I pinned it. It's pinned, but I don't know how to get to a pinned thing. But yeah, if you just scroll up a little bit, like, so here's the bottom of the 3D printing channel. It's Rob Oxison struggling. If you scroll up a little bit, it's here's people printing. So yeah, it's right above Off Axis's crazy color changing print here. Here's the pinned message. 3D printing contest. Print some McStinky mounts, preferably in violet, black, red, or purple. Mail them to me for harsh and unfair judging during a live stream in the near future. I will then ruthlessly sell the prints to anyone who wants/needs them along with a sticker. Message me for my address. Here's the Thingiverse link. Up tilt should be 25 degrees and print 1 of each, OG, Nano, and Big. So yeah, over on the McStinky link, There are 27 thing files, and there are 3 different versions. There's the regular old McStinky called the McStinky, and then here's all the different up tilts: 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 35, 40, 45, 50, 50, 55, and then there's the big McStinky: 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, and then the nano McStinky: 30, 35, 15, 20, 40, 25, 45, 50, 55. So yeah, one of each: nano, big, and regular McStinky in 25 degrees up tilt. I hope that's the right up tilt. And yeah, so that's how it works. That's something fun that we thought up of, I don't know, a week ago or so. Speaking of... Crash Gordon, hey, by the way, that's that I stole that from Mighty Car Mods. Give Mighty Car Mods a subscribe if you want to see one of the best channels on the internet. At least on YouTube. I know those guys are amazing. Crash Gordon sent a box, and this is super cool. This, I didn't even think about this. Resin printing, yo. Resin printing is a thing. Look how bougie this Crash Gordon fella is. He resin printed... I'm not gonna do that. It just makes a huge mess and it's just kind of dumb. He resin printed a bunch of these. Oh! Yo, look how clean these are. Look at the cleanliness. Look at the professionalism. Hold on. Look at the unbridled professionalism going on with this Crash Gordon fella. Ooh! Look at it. Would you just look at him? He even said, he's like, I don't know how these will hold up, but I've got a resin printer. And I resin printed a bunch of them. So this is super cool. We're gonna see how this holds up. I don't know if the camera is gonna stay in there. I mean, if the camera doesn't want to stay in there, I can just use a little bit of E6000 to hold it in. What I'm most curious about is like the durability. They feel pretty goddamn strong, man. I mean, like yeah, I'm squeezing it pretty good, and it's not. I don't know, man. That's pretty wild. It looks like these are all. Hold on, let me see. It looks like these are all the regular McStinky. I think. Yeah, it looks like these are all the regular. No, they're not. No, they're not. There's the nano McStinky. Okay, so there's an assortment in here. This is very cool. These are, man, the Rob Oxison says resin printed. I'm so tapping out. Man, it's hard to tell the difference between these. This is definitely a nano one. This is definitely a nano one. Nano. And then, but it's hard to tell the difference between the rest of these. Is the difference the size of the opening? So hey, if you want a Crash, thank you, dude. This is amazing. If any of you guys want to try one of these printed in resin, Crash sent 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 of the normal ones, and I just need to figure out what is it just me? I can't see the difference. Look, they all look. Is it just me? I mean, there's the nano ones over there. Like it's obvious that the nano ones are different. So I have to assume that. What's the difference on the regular ones? I thought it was more obvious. History, McStinky. All right, so he's got. So is this the regular? So there's the nano. So I guess. Oh, it's slightly bigger. The camera opening is slightly bigger, right? Let's see in thing details. The McStinky is for cameras with a 10mm lens, 12mm body, like the Foxy or Pico Razor or Tiny Whoop Pinch. The Nano we know. The Big McStinky is for larger cameras with a 10mm lens and a 14mm body. Okay. So it's about the size of the body. So the lens is going to be the same, but it's going to be a different... Oh, yeah, I can see it. Yep. Okay, so... Yeah, there it is. You can see because this one will, like, gobble that one up. See how it... See? Okay, cool. So there's... Yeah. So I certainly don't need this many. Here's the deal. You gotta buy a sticker for me. You gotta buy a sticker for $5. It can be a Gangly Gang sticker or any of the stickers from Etsy. You don't have to check out on Etsy, but yeah, you gotta buy a sticker because that's gonna cover shipping. $5 for the sticker, that'll cover shipping. Shipping is like 4 point something. So yeah, you just let me know which McStinky mount you want. So here's a big one. Let me see how many there are of each. So the Nano McStinkies, there's only one available. And then the one size up from that, there are hold on. Let me just get this math figured out here. The one size up, so this is the regular McStinky. There are $10 to buy 2 stickers. The regular McStinky, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 available, and then the big McStinky. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 available. So there you go. Bunch of resin printed mounts available. Let me know if you want the big McStinky in your PayPal. Let me know if you want the big McStinky, the regular McStinky, or the Nano McStinky. I just want an excuse to say McStinky over and over and over again. So here they are. Here are the resin McStinky mounts. Let me know if you want a sticker and one of these. If you want to look at what stickers are available, head on over to Etsy yeah, just tell me which ones. The stickers that are not on Etsy are the Gangly Gang and Matte, the Gangly Gang and Holographic. $5 for one sticker, $5 for one sticker and a McStinky, $10 for 2 stickers and a McStinky. Crash Gordon, thank you, brother. Very, very cool. My God, the quality of these little resin prints is absurd. Is resin printing the future? Come along with me on the ride and find out. Let's see how a camera fits in these. So I'm keeping 2 of each of these. This is a Foxy or Pico Razor. And let's see how it be fitting. So I think this is gonna go in the regular stinks a lot. No. This is for the big McStinky. Nope. It's the regular. Yeah, it's the regular. Okay. Regular McStinky mount. Let's see. Well, that's a tight fit. I'm afraid I might never get this camera out of here. Oh, wow, okay. We're not going to have to worry about the cameras coming out. Worried about the camera going in. Oh, yeah. Boy. That's, that ain't going nowhere once it's in there. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, okay. That's legit. That camera is held in there. Jeez. Look at that. What? That's a hell of a fit. That's some crazy fitment, yo. I'm gonna need to push it in a little bit more, but look at that, man. Fits right on in there. Very, very cool. Damn, yo, resin. Crash Gordon's living that resin life. This is going to need to get pushed in here a lot farther than this. But I'm not going to do that yet because I need to change the connector on this camera. So I'm going to leave this camera out. We're going to play with, so today is about the pound mount. We're going to do everything on the pound mount, and then we're going to have a live stream where we where we go through these all of the TPU prints and kind of talk about them and compare, and I will rate them and pick a winner, and the winner will get nothing. The winner will get something, but it'll probably be something worthless like a sticker. Sticker's not worthless. Come on now. Dude. Crash. Very cool, man. Very, very, very cool. Resin printed McStinkies. I'll be damned. What a time to be alive. I'm going to write Crash Gordon down on a little baggie here. Put these in it. And, yeah. Crash Gordon's going to win the beauty contest for sure. I don't know about the durability contest. That's where things might fall apart for the resin. Crash Gordon. Crash Gordon coming in hot. Hot. All right. If you want a 3D printed McStinky in TPU, they will be available as well. But we're gonna wait until after the testing for that. Although maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we don't need to wait for that because you guys are sending a whole bunch of them in. So yeah, if you need a McStinky, hit me up and I'll make it happen for you. Hingus. There we go. Okay. Pokey FPV says, what's good? How are you, brother? Tommy says, hi, Gangly Gang and Ciotti. Happy Sunday. Michael D says, I think the GemFan prototypes are on Pyrodrone now under new products, 1608-3, 1608-4. So that's the 1.6-inch version. I tested those. I got to be honest about those. The only motors that that ran those good at all were these 1002s. Even the 1102s didn't really have enough kV for them. The highest kV 1102s there are 19,000, and that just did not seem to be enough for. Plus, the 1102 motors are significantly heavier. So yeah, these new 1.6-inch tri-blades run really, really well on these Flywoo 1002 23,500 kV motors. We're gonna this week, possibly maybe on Wednesday of this week, we're gonna dive back into the tiny lifters because I'm going on a little vacation to Florida Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I want to bring the tiny lifters. And so, and I have to do a little bit of a frame swap and just change a couple little silly things. So, yeah, we're going to reframe a couple of the tiny lifters. I'm also going to switch out. Right now, both tiny lifters have BLV3, version 3, AcroB AIOs. I've got this new V4 AcroB AIO with the working OSD now that I'm going to put into the one build, the main build, because I want to torture this V4 to see how it holds up under 2S duress and with the onboard ELRS. And yeah, we'll see what's what with that. So, cool things coming. Where did the fourth rubber grommet go? Found it! So yeah, a little bit of Tiny Lifter content coming at you this Wednesday, which should be fun to get ready for this little trip. Grizz FPV says, what's up? It's raining here. I know, man. It's been raining here for just days. Jason Black is about to take a McStinky. Make a McStinky. Gouda says, do you feel the difference between BLHeli-S and BLHeli-32? I've never done a proper back-to-back on identical rigs, but my gut instinct is that no, I wouldn't be able to feel a difference, but there is a difference, primarily with the fact that you can do on BLHeli-32, you can set low PWM to 24 and high PWM to 48, and you can get the zero throttle benefits of 24K and then the full throttle benefits of 48K. More power, more efficiency. So there is certainly a difference. There is a difference there. Whether or not you can feel it, probably not, but the flight performance will be better on BLHeli-32 because of the variable PWM. So, good question, brother. Michael D said, no, we got that. Eva FPV says, ooh, I could win. I think I've figured out all the TPU secrets. Very cool. Robox says, no, we got that. Freeloader says, see, I'm running stock 1102 18000s 1S on 1635 GemFan tri-blades outside, and it rocks. Yeah, I mean, it flies, and it's totally fine. But when I was doing that, when I would go to the bi-blades, there'd be no difference in there'd be no difference in thrust, and the PID loop worked a lot better on the bi-blades because they're lighter weight, so your response time goes way down. What I will say is this: the 1102 18000s, which are a beta FPV motor, they are going to run better on this. Like, they're a good match for the 1635, the old school GemFan tri-blades, because it's a bigger motor, 1102, and it's a lower KV, 18,000 KV. So yeah, that Freeloader, you've got a good combination there, but higher KV makes a huge difference. Like if they made that 1102 in 22,000 kV or 25,000 kV, the performance would go through the roof. The 1102 stator size seems to be like not quite big enough for how heavy and draggy those 1635 tri-blades are. I've been down that road with the 75s trying to find a propeller and motor combo that really works well. I tried a ton of different setups with 1102s, and they were all okay, but none of them were really like as dialed as I wanted them to be until I hit these 1002 23,500s and the 802 27,000s. Those were finally, a much better match for the propellers that we have available. You could also see it when I did the shitty thrust testing. You could see it with the 75. You could see when I put those old school higher pitch GemFan 3 and 4 blades on, the thrust would just dump down significantly because it's just too heavy and too draggy of a propeller, even for 1102s. So there's some like actual data to back it up, but you can feel it in the air. Those 1102 18,000s, do I still have that tab opened with some of that testing? I sure do. Sure do. So if you look here, so you've got these beta FPV 1102 18,000s here, and let me zoom on this a little bit for you guys. So this is the bi-blade, 35.2 grams of thrust on the bi-blades, which are extremely lightweight, and that's what's going to make the PID loop work really well. The ASI tri-blades were the best. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. The quad blade. That's right. This is this weird test where the quad blades made more power. The ASIs performed really well, but they're so fragile that they're not even a realistic propeller. So just forget about the ASIs. Here are the props that you're currently running. The GemFan tri-blades at 37 grams. So 37 grams of thrust versus 35, that's a negligible thing. Like that's not, that doesn't, yeah, you might as well run the bi-blades. The GemFan 1608 tri-blades, this is what's super weird. So we're looking at an 08 pitch versus a 35 pitch, and somehow the 08 pitch makes more thrust, very slightly, but more thrust. Also, the other thing here, 35, 37, 38, with how shitty this thrust testing was, just using a scale and the rig upside down and all the variables, this is like within, this could just be the quad was sitting a little bit differently, and that's why there was more thrust. What's interesting, though, is there are these 1636 quad blades. They made significantly more thrust up at 48. I would not think that this 48.8, as well as this 51.4 on the new lower pitch quad blades, I would not think that this is just the testing being fucked up. I think that the 1102 motor has enough stator volume, and it's low enough of a KV where these quad blades really do start taking advantage of the stator volume and the low KV. What's really weird, though, is that this 09 pitch quad blade is made more thrust than the 36 pitch quad blade. That's kind of unexpected. Here's the problem, though. The problem with these two propellers is that they're so heavy that the flight performance, like, in my opinion, kind of sucks. And you end up with something that, like, the PID loop just doesn't work all that well. That being said, I did not spend a bunch of time tuning that rig. So maybe with those propellers on it, if you crank the tune up to the moon, you can get the thrust that we're seeing here, as well as the flight performance. All that being said, that rig was heavy. That was the other problem. With those motors, that rig was pretty heavy. So we're looking at, like, roughly on the quad blades, 50 grams of thrust per motor. So 200 grams of thrust total. Well, the rig was like almost 40 grams, I think. It was pretty heavy. And especially with like a 1S 450 mAh battery, that's a heavy build. So if you're at, like, the extra thrust is great and all, but if the rig is big and fat, it's going to offset that, and you're not going to be able to do anything with that extra thrust. These 0802 27,000s are significantly lighter weight. So yeah, it's you kind of hit, you can pretty quickly hit a point of diminishing returns. So this 0802 build is 24.2 grams without the battery, but then you put one of these 450s on it, and it's up to 37 grams. So if this had 1102s, it would be well over 40 grams. My guess would be like 42, 43, 44 grams. So at like 44 grams and 200 grams of thrust, that's like barely a 4-to-1, or that's almost between 4 and 5-to-1 thrust to weight ratio, which is not, that's really nothing to write home about. I mean, it's not bad, but the thing that killed me, though, was that you could feel how heavy those propellers were. You could feel that the response time was really struggling. And so, yeah, at that point, it's going to become a PID tuning game. You're going to really need to crank the shit out of the PID tune to get performance out of that. Which, you know, I mean, that's fine. Add a little bit of filtering. Yeah, I mean, I didn't go down that road, so I don't know how difficult that would be. I don't know how difficult. I mean, one of the problems with that is going to be that I did not find those. Well, so twofold. First part of the problem is a lot of these micromotors are just not balanced all that well because they're so small. And I did not find that those Beta FPV 1102 18,000s were balanced all that well out of the box. The bigger problem is that they're very fragile. So if you start to crash those 1102 18,000s, the motor shafts bend very, very easily. And that's going to really make cranking the tune up a lot more difficult. So if you've got a fresh set of those motors, yeah, try not to crash them, because that's going to make it's going to become a little bit of a nightmare. Because you're going to need, on the quad blades, you're going to need a really aggressive tune to make up for how heavy the propeller is. So yeah. I would love to do one of these tiny lifters as a 1S build, but I just don't think it's going to I just don't think it's going to work. 51, 52 grams of thrust, 200, call it 210 total. The Insta360 Go is 26 grams. So like I can test it right now. So this, to set one of these tiny lifters up 1S, it's just going to be this much less cable. So it's going to weigh exactly the same. So we're talking about 38 grams for the quad. Smallest battery I could possibly run would be a 450. Now we're up to 50.5 grams. Add a 26 gram camera in. Now we're 77 grams. So 200 grams of thrust and 77 grams of weight. Like that's no good. I mean, that'll fly, but you're going to be above 50% throttle all the time, and it's going to be really difficult to fly. It's going to really fly. Well, I mean, the lifters don't even fly that bad anymore. The lifters used to fly pretty awful, but nowadays the powertrains are getting figured out, and the lifters don't fly nearly as bad as they used to. So, yeah, interesting. Freelojo, try some quad blades and let me know. And or it sounds like Pyrodrone has the new low pitch 1.6 inch props. Hey, there they are. So yeah, there you go. 1.5 millimeter, 1 millimeter, 1.5 millimeter, 1 millimeter. Yeah, get you a couple sets of these. Looks like, did they do any different colors? Yes, the red. Look at that. Oh, but they don't actually have the red. That's sad. Macho pink. It's more of like a coral color, to be honest. So yeah, there you guys go. There's a red. When's the red gonna be in stock? I'd love to get a set of these in red. So yeah, there you guys go. A little bit of 75 millimeter talk, since I know everybody loves 75 millimeters. Even though they fly like ass. They don't fly like ass. Rob Axon says, tell your mom and pop my wife and I say hello, and I still owe him that beer dinner. I shall. I'll see him in about a week. Steve E says, I liked the Mobeetle 6 carbon frame, then the diamond died. No surprises there. Any recommendations for a replacement flight controller on that frame? The only recommendation I've got at this point for Tiny Whoop AIOs is the regular old F4 that comes in the Mobula 6, in the standard Mobula 6 ELRS. I don't know if it's going to fit in that Mobeetle frame, but you got to be really careful with those carbon fiber frames because they're going to put a lot of stress on the motor. The carbon fiber frame is really strong, so the motor is going to be mounted really strong. And then you've got this piddly ass little 1 millimeter motor shaft. So when you start hitting stuff, the weak point is that motor shaft, and you will bend those motor shafts like crazy with a carbon fiber frame. On these plastic frames, like the Meteor 65 or even the Cockroach frame, the motor base is plastic, so the motor base will move a little bit when you start smacking into stuff. So you hit something hard, that energy goes into the propeller, into the motor shaft, but the motor is able to give a little bit on the plastic frame, and the motor shafts don't bend or break nearly as often. So the carbon fiber frames are a great idea from a resonance perspective, so like getting a really cranked up PID tune, getting your filtering really low, but in the real world, depending on how often and how hard you crash, they might be a nightmare in terms of replacing lots of motors. And those two things can kind of go against each other, right? Like when you have that frame that's bending motor shafts, the bent motor shafts are going to put a lot of vibrations into the gyro. And so you've got this cranked up PID tune because of this carbon fiber frame, but then every single time you crash, you have to pull the PID tune back because the motor shafts are bending. So like holistically, I would rather have a build that I can't necessarily, well, it just depends. It just depends on how often you crash. If you fly very cautiously, or you fly it on in a padded white room, the carbon fiber frame will be totally fine. But if you crash a good amount, and you can all make that decision yourselves, right? Like, do it, and then like buy the fractal frame, buy the Mobeetle, whatever, fly it around, see how long before the tune goes to hell. And I've shown you guys a million times how to turn turtle mode on and just spin the motors up really slow and put your fingernail against the motor shaft, or just hold the quad and you'll feel which motors are vibrating. And then, yeah, you can tell how often you're bending motor shafts and make that decision for yourself. Tiny Whoop motors are pretty inexpensive, so maybe, you know, you just buy a whole bunch of extra motors, bend the motor shafts, who cares? It's, you know, I think Tiny Whoop motors are roughly like $6 or $7 per, I forget, but they're not super expensive and they're easy to swap out, right? You just pull the plug, 3 screws, and you're good to go. So I mean, it's a totally personal kind of thing. For me though, I crash hard enough and often enough where I don't like it. I don't like the carbon fiber frame thing. Although I am going to be revisiting it. I am, as we discussed on Friday's live stream, that T-Motor AIO. Thank you, Stevie. I'll get you your super chat comment in a second. That T-Motor AIO doesn't really fit in any of these Tiny Whoop frames, so it's going to go into a fractal frame. So I am going to be revisiting the fractal situation. I just have to figure out what motors to put on it. I got to put a durable motor on there. So like, what immediately comes to mind for a motor choice is another set of these tinywhoop.com 0802 27,000 kV 1.5 millimeter shaft. The problem is I want to do that build on a 65 millimeter frame first, and there are no 65 mil propellers that are drilled for 1.5. Yes, I can just get a drill bit and drill them out, but that's pretty annoying, and it's usually hard to drill them perfectly centered. So what I think I'll do instead, this is me figuring it out, by the way, right now. What I think I'm going to do is put the, yeah, this is exactly what I'm going to do. So the strongest, I could just change my mind. What I was thinking just now is I've got a set of Tiny Whoop 1Z, Danger 1Z, 0802, 30,000 kV motors. The ones that look like, here, it's right here. At the moment, I just have it like, I have them like hodgepodged on this little newbie drone rig. But these little red motors here, those are the full size, the full weight, 0802 30,000s. A minute ago, what I was thinking is I take them off here and put them onto that fractal rig. These are the most durable of the 0802s. The reason why I say that they're the most durable is that when you compare them to the other 802s, the EX 802s that are lighter weight, those EX 0802s have a tendency to spit magnets out the motor bell. So these full-size 802s, they don't do that. But the motor shaft is still 1 millimeter, so the motor shaft is no stronger. I've got a bunch of extra of these 0802 25,000s here. So what I was thinking is build that fractal rig, put these motors on it, bend the bells, replace the bells, see, and just kind of see how often that happens. The problem with that is on a 65 millimeter build, the 0702s are just better in every way. Really, like I hate to be a drama queen, but it's just true. That from a freestyle perspective, and from me flying it. And what the 702s will do is lighten the entirety of the rig up so that it crashes better. Yeah, I'm gonna leave these 802 30,000 on this 32,000s on this build. This newbie drone build is gonna stay together. I think this is the final form of this newbie drone build. It's in this cool purple cockroach canopy. These 802 30,000s can be motor scaled down to 25,000 kV to give you guys an idea of exactly how the best plug and play newbie drone rig could possibly be. So if you didn't know, the newbie drone BLV4 comes with 19,000 kV motors, but you can get those same newbie drone flow motors in 25,000 kV with the smaller plugs. So yeah, 25,000 kV is going to be a much better idea. So yeah, if anybody in the chat is ever like, hey, can you give me a head-to-head of a newbie drone plug and play build versus your full tilt ultimate freestyle builds, I can say yup, and I can take this thing and just motor limit it down, and then you'll also get to see the difference in image quality between the newbie drone VTX and the Mobula VTXs. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna build the fractal build with these motors because these motors have found their home. Plus, look how good this rig looks. Come on now. Look how good this shit looks. The red motors on that purple frame. Come on now. You can't tell me that doesn't give you a slight fizzing sensation behind the root of your pee-pee. It's an old James May joke. So, instead, we're going to put 0702s on the fractal build. The question is, what 0702s? And I think the answer is the Gores. I think it's going to be a gory build. I've got a nosebleed. I've got... Where are you? Gore Edition motors. Here they are. I've got this, and then I should have a frame. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do the fractal build with Gore. Here's the little box for the fractal build. Here's the T-Motor F4 AIO. Here's the 65mm fractal frame. Here are the Gore Edition 0702 28,500 kV motors. I've got 2 extras. This is perfect. I've got 2 extra Gore motors, and then I've got a full set of the Gore motors on this Meteor 65 frame. So yeah, this is my backup Mobula 6 ELRS AIO. So yeah, the first iteration here of the Fractal build, we're gonna do this next week probably when I get back. The first iteration of this Fractal build, and I'm actually gonna put it in a little build bag here, is going to be on the 65mm frame, T-motor AIO, 0702 28,500 kV motors, and then the only ducts that I have right now are cockroach ducts. At some point here, I'm going to cut up a Meteor 65 frame and use those ducts because they're going to be slightly lighter weight. But initially, I'm going to use the cockroach ducts. And we're going to see with the 07... So I'm going to give this carbon fiber frame the best possible opportunity to not bend up a lot of these motor shafts because I'm using the lightweight motors. This is kind of what I've been getting at this entire time. Yeah, we're going to use the lighter weight motors, and we're going to see how often these motor shafts get bent. That's kind of going to be one of the main points of this build here, is what's the durability factor of the Fractal frame in comparison to... Well, I mean, you guys have gotten to see these builds with the Meteor 65 frames. They're just like they're just kind of indestructible. Like, they just don't break. The motor shafts don't bend. The motors don't break. It's wild. So yeah, this will be really cool. I'm actually really looking forward to this. And at the same time, so I previously did this I used this frame in a build. It was the HD0 setup, and it was rough. The HD0 added over 4 grams of dead weight, and it was tough. And I flew a few batteries on it, and then I was like, nah, this isn't for me, and I pulled it apart. The final form of this Fractal build is going to be in a 75mm Fractal frame with HD0 again, as more of like a cinematic Cinewhoop. But for the I have a feeling that's where the 1002 motors are going to wind up, to make up for all that extra weight. Because this motherfucker right here, this Mobula 7 ELRS, is keeping these 802s. These motors are brilliant on here. I can't really justify putting this back onto any other motor. And that is the Jungle Gym basher. I'm gonna try to really bash some Jungle Gyms with that. So yeah, that's what the future holds for Senior Fractal. Excited? Who's excited for that build? Let's do it right now. Screw this build over here that I have to do all this soldering on. Let's do this more plug-and-play build. Although this build will be rough, because... It won't be rough, but the Fractal stuff is challenging for sure. I'm going to use the lighter weight... little cockroach ducts, and here's the set of screws that I need for it. I am going to need to grab some M2 hardware for it, but that's okay. I might need to swap out the camera mount because I stretched the shit out of that other camera mount. Or this could be a good spot to try out the Foxeer Pico Razor. I'll figure the camera out at a later date. Okay, so this can go back in there. These are the motors that I'm going to put on it. So there it is. There's our Fractal build with the T-motor F4 6 amp AIO. Now we're cooking. Now we're thinking up of some stuff. you guys enjoy the watching me like kind of go through that and think this stuff out, I feel like that might be helpful, right? Because it's like figuring out what stuff goes best with other stuff to have builds that like have a purpose. Like, you know, you can just throw a bunch of stuff at a build and like, oh, I like this, I like that, but with a little bit more thought, you can pick out a set of components that like make a build do something better than another. You know, this Mobula 7 ELRS with these 802 27,000s with the 1.5mm shaft, this build is specifically for jungle gym bashing. Yes, this can sort of fly inside the house, but it's a little bit too heavy for that, and it's going to break all your stuff. And yeah, like this setup of components has kind of specifically been done to fly really well in a jungle gym scenario. That fractal build is more of a test the fractal frame kind of situation. But yeah, I don't know. I try to talk through this stuff because that's where the I hope that you guys can mentally kind of go through that and figure out what components you want for your specific build. Because it makes a big difference, right? Like everybody flies in a different spot, flies with a different amount of aggression and speed, crashes a different number of times per battery, crashes into different objects, right? Do you have hardwood floors or do you have carpets? Do you have wall-to-wall carpeting? Inside versus outside, right? So there's all these unique aspects to how we all fly, and the meta, in my opinion, of just like custom builds is figure out what build perfectly suits your specific scenario, because that's what's going to give you the best quality and the best end result, and that makes a big difference. So do that. With this little newbie drone build, I'm going to give you a, you're going to get an extra, you're going to get an extra motor, just so that you have one. What is the deal with this motor bell? It's not bent. Maybe I'll just give you an extra motor bell, because it would appear that I have one here. It's not bent. Yeah, I think this build is going to come with an extra motor bell. It doesn't make sense to give you an extra entire motor, because these motors I have custom hand soldered the newbie drone connectors to, and I don't have any extra of these onesie stator bases. So yeah, that build is going to get an extra motor bell rather than an extra motor. And that's all I have to say about that. Tiny Whoop 0802 25,000 Zeus Juice. I am going to give you an extra. We're going to be doing a live auction for that tomorrow night at a little after 10 o'clock on the live stream. You're going to get an extra washer, an extra metal washer, an extra Teflon washer, and an extra C-clip as well, so that if you have to swap out to the to this spare bell and you lose the the washers and or C-clips, which is very easy to do, you're going to be okay. Doing that right now. So I'm actually just going to put the Teflon washer on the extra motor bell. So the way that these things are, the way that these little tiny Happymodels motors are. They've got a Teflon washer up above the stator. Is there also a metal washer up above the stator? I don't think there is. I think it's motor bell, and then Teflon washer, and then the stator, and then on the bottom of the stator, it is... on the bottom of the stator, it's another Teflon washer, a metal washer, and then the C-clip. And that's what I'm going to do on this extra motor bell. I'm putting one Teflon washer. I'm putting another Teflon washer. I'm putting a metal washer next. Get on there, you little jerk. Get on there! Teflon washer. Come on. Yeah, I gotta fix Sage's car again after the live stream. He hit a curb apparently today, and now the right front wheel... I don't know how the hell hard he hit the curb, because all of a sudden the right front wheel is now rubbing on the back of the fender liner. I'm like, what? How did you hit a curb that hard, yo? What is happening? So, yeah, I don't know. And then I'm gonna put the washer here. Yeah, parts. Although, you know what? I just realized if I put this washer on here, you might lose the washer trying to get it off. So I'm gonna change my mind here. I'm gonna take this whole stack off, and I'm gonna put this whole stack into a little plastic baggie. And that way, there's no chance that you'll lose any of this stuff. So I've actually got a little plastic baggie here with a metal washer, a Teflon washer. I'm gonna put another Teflon washer in here, and I'm gonna put a C-clip in here. So now, whoever wins this little quad will have everything that they need from the washer and C-clip side of the world, and an extra bell. All's right with the world. Happy days are here at last. Okay. All right, friends, let's get going on this Tiny Whoop build. Hold on, though, let me get caught up on chat real quick. We got Stevie's super chat. And okay, that's over there. Michael Blade says, happy Sunday fun day indeed. Rob Axelson says, I'm hearing about the Diamond flight controllers failing. I beat the crap out of mine, no problem. It is FR Sky, not ELRS. Yeah, the FR Sky ones seem to be fine. It's the Express LRS Diamonds that are a complete train wreck. YouTube just did the thing. Hold on. There's TV's super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, knowledge, what I need. Thanks, CiottiFPV. You're certainly welcome. Michael D says, if the carbon frame is good for tuning, what about a fractal tiny lifter build? Well, so one of the reasons that I use these the main reason that I use these Cockroach 75 frames is that they have a built-in carbon fiber brace. And I tried to do a tiny lifter build on a Mobula 7 V3 frame, which does not have a carbon fiber brace, and it was unflyable because of vibrations. The tiny lifter builds are on 2S, which is like a lot, and previously the only motors that would really work were these Beta FPV 1102 18,000s, and they just don't seem to be all that well balanced, and the motor shafts are very weak. Nowadays, we've got another 1102 that I actually like better, which is the Newbie Drone Flow 1102. So there's a chance that these Flow 1102s would work on a Mobula frame, but I'm not going to go down that road again. I'm just going to leave these tiny builders in these Cockroach 75 frames. I I admit these cockroach frames are kind of annoying because they're a little bit fragile. The ducts, the plastic of the ducts themselves is a little bit brittle. And I have broken a few of these. So there is a temptation to build one of these in a Mobula 7 V3 frame again. To see. Because maybe those newbie joined flow. Maybe those newbie joined flow motors would work in that setup. But I don't know. 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 Jason Black tagged me and says, CiottiFPV or Collective, will E6000 eat through prop hubs? Nope, E6000 is totally safe on plastic. Michael D says, there are 2 Teflon and metal washers on the Happymodel motors. I was wondering that. When I was thinking about that, I was wondering, okay, so motor bell, I forget if the Teflon is above or below. Motor bell, metal washer, Teflon washer, stator, Teflon washer, metal washer, C-clip. That's how, in my opinion, the stack should be. Maybe Happymodel does it Teflon washer, metal washer, stator. I don't think that's how it should be, though, because on the bottom, they definitely do the Teflon washer, then the metal washer, then the C-clip. So they obviously want the Teflon washer to be against the metal bushings in the stator. So I don't know why they would not want that on the top. So, yeah. Stevie says, is the Fractal build going to be up for auction? F it. I'll let you build it for me. Maybe. I do want to fly it a bunch, though. Because that whole build is kind of like for science. And there's a chance that I'll fall in love with it. I really doubt it, but I definitely want to put 20 or 30 batteries through it. I have extra motors. The motors are the things that are going to take the abuse. So yeah, after I'm done with it for science, unless like it blows me away in some way, which I really doubt because I've kind of been down that road before. It may very well be up for sale. Why not? I try not to just like I know there's a lot of builds back here, but they all have a specific reason for them. I try not to just have builds laying around that don't get flown, or I at least try to have builds that like there are builds that don't get flown, but they're there for science. They're there as like a test bed kind of platform. This Fractal build will not necessarily have like a for science kind of use for it, so might as well let it go. I try to. This is such a gear intensive hobby, and testing stuff makes it even more, like exponentially more gear heavy. So I really try to move stuff along or do giveaways or now auctions with stuff as often as possible. Just, yeah, I don't want to have 50 builds just sitting around not getting flown. I want them to be out there in the world getting smashed into trees and whatnot. Bobby Bag says, what's the HD camera you mount on your tiny lifter? Insta360 Go 2. And then Michael D says, Teflon goes between the metal washer and the bell. Yes, perfect. Thought so. I think that for some reason, Happymodel does bell on the top. I think they do bell, Teflon, then metal. And then on the bottom, below the stator, where the motor shaft is, they definitely do Teflon, then metal. But I think on the top, they do metal rubbing against the metal bushing, which is weird. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe there's a reason for it, maybe there's not. Maybe the people that assemble those motors, they just told them, hey, the Teflon, then the metal, then the Teflon, then the metal, just to keep life simple, you know? But in my opinion, it should be metal, then Teflon, stator, Teflon than metal. But let's not talk about that anymore because that's just a really weird rabbit hole. EvaFV says, oh, did you get the thrust stand yet? I sure did. I was showing it off on Wednesday's stream. Here it be. I've taken this piece off. This piece is what, if you're down, Eva, we need to redesign because this is the piece that has 12 by 12 and 16 by 16 motor holes in, which, no, that's not what these are. These are motor holes for 5-inch motors. I have no interest in testing 5-inch motors. We need to design, and then where the screws are, that's what jacks into this mounting plate here. So we just basically need to make one of these, but to hook up to this piece here that necks down to whatever the hell this bolt setup is, this 3-bolt configuration. And while we're at it, we might as well do, since, you know, a piece like this has multiple spots, we might as well do a 9x9 mount for some micromotors and maybe even a 12x12 mount for some other micromotors. It would be cool to test some micromotors on this guy. But yeah, here it is. $40, man. Hyperion. But back in the olden days of watching a lot of flight test videos, they would always pronounce Hyperion. Hyperion made a lot of stuff back then, and them being from like the Midwest or whatever, Hyperion. They pronounced Hyperion kind of odd, in my northern opinion. Hey, I haven't put power to this yet. It's just got this little jibby jabby. I assume that this thing maybe runs on 5 volts. We can find out. I've got a little bench power station here from ISDT. Let me see if the damn thing works. Which is a good idea because it's eBay does not give you as long to return stuff as everyone else. Eventually, I'm going to solder on, I guess, a little XT30 or maybe a BT 2.0 to this thing. But for right now, I'm just going to strip these wires and do some alligator clips. So let me turn this little power supply down to 5 volts. We'll see if that's enough to fire this thing up. Let me actually do, just in case it wants 1S power, I'm going to turn this power supply on to 4.2 volts to simulate 1S. And cue explosion meme now. And I guess I don't have to cut this. I can just sneak these little tabs out of this connector. This is one of these awful, like, old school, ridiculous connectors here. So let's just do this real quick here. Come on, buddy. Get out of there. There we go. There's one. And there's 2. All right. Come on. Come out of there. What? Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Like he says, Happymodel has the Teflon between the bell and the metal washer. All right, cool. That's the way it should be, I think. Hyperion. Made by Hyperion. Hyperion. Come on. Get out of there. Get out of there. There we go. Hyperion. Is it just me? Am I the only one? Or did they used to say Hyperion? A little bit weird. I don't know, maybe Hyperion is just a weird word. Maybe that's what I'm reacting to. Hyperion. All right, we are alligator clipped up. Hopefully this doesn't blow up. 3, 2, 1, power! Nothing. 4.2 volts gives me nothing. Let's come up to 5 volts. 5 volts. Here we go. Nope. Nothing on 5 volts. Let's try 8.4 volts for 2S. That's 2S, right? 8.4. 8.4. Nothing. Well, wait, hold on. Maybe I have to push a button on it. Let's go back down to 4.2. All right, 4.2 volts going in. Hey, we're good. Okay, yeah, you have to push a button on it. So when I push on it, let's see if it... It works! 147 grams of me pushing on it. 47 grams of me pushing on it. Look at that! It works! So that's the on-off button. The left button is on-off. It defaults to grams. If I push this button, there's pounds, there's ounces, there's gin, and now back to grams. And then I assume that this is the tare button, the third button on there. It's not a tare button. What if I have to... It triggers some little O symbol. What's interesting is it reads in the negative. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but just kind of cool. Just kind of a thing. What's the O? Oh, the O is tare. Yeah. It is the tare button. It is the tare button. Yeah, it is the tare button. Cool. We've got a thrust stand, yo. EVA-FPV says, it says 4.2 volts on their website. It's not, it is... When I hit that button, it's very sensitive. Like, when I push the button on the little display thing, it moves, man, it's real sensitive. Good God. Is that how it works? I'm tempted to like double-sided tape a motor to the damn thing. Like I want to use it so bad. Let's see. Will this tear it out? Yeah, that is the tear button. Hyperion. The little control board is just velcroed to the damn thing. I kind of want to move the little screen back a little bit because it seems to be affecting the zero on it. So let's do that. I've moved it back a little bit. And now let's see. When I push this button. Yeah, it's better. It is the tear button. Well, cool. Is there a way that I can quickly... Should we quickly... I have a motor right there. I have an ESC in just one of these little fellas. I want to be careful. Like, I don't want to put double-sided tape on there. Helicopter! Helicopter! You guys want to see it too, don't you? The problem with taping a motor on is going to be that the bottom of the motor has the shaft coming through. I'm not going to be able to do this. The motors have to get screwed on there. There's no way to do this without screwing the motors on. Yeah, so we have to there needs to be an adapter plate. I can't just use double-sided tape. All right. I'm gonna turn this thing off because otherwise I'm gonna keep thinking about ways to hodgepodge this. Yeah, the plate that's on it right now is completely flat. Let's see if I can get it to catch the... There it is. See, so there's nowhere for the center motor shaft to clearance. That's why they ship it with this, with that hole in the middle, you know, and then the motor mounting. So yeah, let's put this thing aside. I'll stop obsessing over it, and next time Eva FPV can make it over here, we can take some measurements and get this thing going. I'm super excited, man. That's $40, yo, $40 for a little thrust stand. Come on now, that's pretty dope. I'm excited about that. Let me put this for sale build in a little bag with the extra motor bell and that thing, and then I'm also going to grab a set of the quad blade props to put in there as well. I don't want to forget that. And I got a set right over here. There it is. And is that left, right, left, right? All right, cool. Yeah, so the newbie drone build is ready to go. For sale tomorrow night at 10-ish o'clock. Right here on CiottiFPV.youtube.gov. Oh, God. What's happening? All right, friends. Let's get to work on the beta FPV build now that I'm somewhat caught up on chat. If anybody is watching this after the fact, please put a timestamp in a second or two here when we get started with this build, because, good Lord, I've spent almost 2 hours just talking shit. Nothing new there, though. It's kind of how it goes around here. Okay. What do you think of that? Okay, we good. Moving chat over, and let's get started. Shout out to the folks that have been leaving comments with either one or many time codes. It is the last, like, almost 10, I think, live streams have time codes to break up the actual streams, which makes it much easier to kind of find what you're looking for. And there's also a huge amount of SEO value in that. So yeah, if you're going to do that, like if you're going to leave a comment with the timestamp, yeah, just think about, like, what would somebody search for this? And your comment could be what someone finds on Google if they're looking for an answer to a specific question. Freelo just says strap the whole Tiny Whoop to it. I mean, we have to, don't we? Oh, we're fucking doing it. Oh, we're 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 doing it. We're strapping a whole Tiny Whoop to it. I need to know what these 702 Tiny Whoops make in terms of thrust. Oh, we're going. We're going in, friends. This is going to be a mess. Shit's going to get blown around the desk. Oh, yes. First test of the thrust stand. Ooh. Ooh, it's about to get messy. All right. Hyperion. Okay. Let me take these little guys. Move these out of the way. I'm going to put these on the floor in the little on-deck circle, I think. Okay. Oh, we're doing it. It's happening. It's happening, friends. I want to know what these 32,000 kV motors make. This is the only one we're going to do. We're not going to test like 15 different Tiny Whoops in this horrible method. We'll make it put thrust. No, it's going to put... Oh, fuck. It's going to put thrust right into the desk. It's going to blow all these stickers away. What if I point it this way? Okay, I'm going to point it that way. And then it'll only blow those stickers away. Okay, cool. That's fine. Oh, it's going down. It's going down. Tomorrow. This week is a bit of a mess, because we're getting ready for the Florida vacation. So, yeah, I don't know if I can do anything this week. Maybe though, maybe. Okay, so it's gonna blow that way. Let's take a piece of VHB and chop it up. Oh boy, this is gonna get nutty. This is actually like a really good data point though, man. I've been wondering what these tiny whoops make in terms of thrust for a while. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna have to do this on the controller. I'm not gonna be able to have a USB plugged into this to go into the motors tab, but that's okay. That's all right. This will be just fine. Because it's kind of just like a first reckless test. Might as well put the battery in the damn thing. I don't think it's going to hold on to the VHB for very long. Luckily, the thrust is going to be pushing this thing into the thrust stand. I wish I had a I do have a camera that I can point towards this. Oh, yeah, there it is. Here it is. Power supply. There's the power supply. All right. This is going to happen fast, yo. It's going to be there. It's going to blow thrust. So I want to turn it like this because I want to blow thrust this way because I got lots of stickers over there. Look at this. Massive stickers over here. I don't want to blow those away. Okay. So it's going to be blowing straight towards you guys. I guess I'm just going to arm it and just blast it. It'll be in acro. Oh, you know what I could do? I could just hold this damn thing. I could just hold it like this. And then just let her rip, and you guys would actually be able to see the numbers. I think I'm going to do that. Yeah. I think I'm going to do that. Because then it'll blow. And then it's also not trying to like cantilever itself off the mount. Alright, we're going to do that. So, power button. Hello, it says. It's zeroed-ish. Plugging in. Ya-da-da-da-da-da. Yep. And now, I guess this thing is going to start reading. Now that I'm putting this thing vertical. Yep. So let's test it. Yeah, that is the tear button. All right. And then we're going to try to balance this tiny whoop. I hope it doesn't come flying off. But we're going to try to balance this tiny whoop on here, and then we're going to have to tear it out again. It's about as even as I think I'm going to get it. And I'm going to push down up here. I don't want to push into the strain stuff. All right. Ooh, it's pretty damn accurate. That's pretty much exactly what this whoop weighs with the battery in it. 24. All right, we're zeroed. Oh shit, this is creating lift. I'm an idiot. Fuck. This is creating lift. You moron, you. Well, this is going to be a lot sketchier, but we're going to try it. Oh shit. Alright, well. Yeah, this thing doesn't. I don't think it reads lift. It does read lift. It does read lift. Hold on. Tear it out. Do you guys get a number? Let me try it set up to read lift. Maybe it wants to read lift. I don't know. My guess would be that it doesn't really matter. It definitely sits better on the little mount like this. All right. And here we go. All right, so let's zero this out. And what the hell's happening there? Something's gone wrong. The quad's very upset. I guess it's upset because it's tied to something. Yeah, it's upset because it's tied to something. It doesn't like being held down like this. Just like us. Our Tiny Whoop does not like being held down. Farts! No, yeah, it's oscillating on the mount. Interesting. But there was a number there. Yeah, I thought I saw 96 too. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, no, it ain't gonna work like that. Because even at full throttle, it's bouncing back. The PID loop is bouncing back and forth, and it's freaking out. Let's put it on here upside down one more time. One more time. Because that seemed to work somewhat. Certainly better than having it right side up. All right. There we go. Let's zero it. And no, it's moving. It's moving. Can't have that. Come on, little fella. Come on. Just hang on there for one more second. Okay. Okay. Down to 88. That makes sense. The battery's starting to sag down a little bit. Interesting. That's about the worst possible way to test that, but, you know. Welcome to the CiottiFPV show. Let me think about that. It is in acro. It's in acro. It's got the PID loop working. God knows what the PID loop is doing with it tied down like that. So... I don't know. That seems a little low, but I wouldn't be surprised if the PID loop is just absolutely losing its mind. Like, what the fuck is happening? I'm upside down. I'm wobbling slightly on a piece of VHB on the top of the the rig. So yeah, that's a rough one. I'm trying to think though. I mean, triple digit number for a fraction of a second. So that's the real amount. Yeah, 100 grams of thrust seems awful low. Even for these little 65ers. They certainly feel like they've got, because that would mean that they've only roughly got like a 4-to-1 power to weight ratio, and I think that they have significantly more than that. I could totally be wrong, but my hunch is that they have more than that. 4.02 volts. We'll run the rest of that battery. All that being said, static thrust stand testing. I actually talked to Jesse about this from Tiny Whoop, and he told me that above 25,000 kV, static thrust stand testing does not show an increase in thrust. And I remember that. I remember that from back when the 27,000 kV motors came out, and Ian from, I forget the name of his channel, not Ian, I forget his name, But there was a guy that was doing some thrust stand stuff with tiny motors for a little while. Static thrust stand is not an accurate representation of what we really get in the air. Speak of the devil, what's up, Jesse? TinyWhoop.com has arrived in the chat. Yeah, so Jesse and I had talked about how as the KV goes up, the thrust stand actually doesn't show more thrust, but then you fly the motor, and it obviously has more thrust. And the 32,000 kV 702s compared to the 30,000 kV 702s are a brilliant example of that. Like, absolutely, once you fly the 32,000s, they make more power. And basically what's going on is with a static thrust stand, you've got your motor taking just air that's just hanging out in the room, like static air, and the motor is having to take that air that's not moving and accelerate it and then push it out the other side of the thrust stand, or this way, depending on how you mount the motor. And that's a lot of work, right? It has to take completely non-moving air and change the airspeed, and that's a ton of work. Well, once you've got the quad, where'd they all go? Once you've got the quad, so that gives you a perfect example of when you're hovering. So yes, at the moment that you're hovering and you hammer full throttle, the thrust stand results are perfectly accurate, because at a hover, there's all this air that's not moving, and then when you jam full throttle, it has to take all that air and move it. But only for that split second, because as soon as the quad starts moving, it has less work to do, because now it's moving into air. So it is, the air isn't moving, but the quad is moving. And as it accelerates more and more and more, it has less and less work to do. It is just moving into air. So the motor is sort of getting airspeed. I've always wondered why the thrust stand folks didn't set up, so you've got just one motor and a propeller. I've always wondered why they didn't set up a second motor and propeller or a bigger fan. I assume the reason is you would have to set this other air source to ramp up and down with the motor. You couldn't just set up a static like box fan and just turn it on, because that's going to create a whole bunch of wind, a static amount of wind speed, and then this motor is going to be pulling through that wind speed. You would have to set the box fan up to have to ramp up and down with the motor, so that as the motor speed increases, the feeder fan, let's call it, speed would need to increase. And then the question is, what's the right amount? Like, is the feeder fan 10% higher than this? Is it 20% higher? Is it what the hell is it, right? Like, when the quad is traveling through the air, I guess the question is, what's the differential in wind speed coming in that it's creating by moving through the air versus wind speed going out, right? Like, how the hell do you figure that out? I'm certain, though, that with a little bit of research, you could figure that out, because that's wind tunnel stuff. I mean, I'm sure that there's data out there on how to wind tunnel test propellers, and that's what you would need to know. I've read and watched a good amount of stuff on wind tunnel testing cars, but that's a whole different thing. Cars are wanting to take incoming air and divert it upwards to create downforce, so they have static wings. They have upside down static wings on them, basically. It's just like the airfoils that we've got, but flipped upside down, and they're not active, right? It's not spinning. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. Tiny Whoop says there's more thrust shown, but it's less visible at high KV. There we go. Stevie says, do Tiny Whoop props flex more? I don't think so. I've never really seen them flex. My hunch is they're so short that there's not enough room for them to flex. It's a good question though. FPV says now you have to build a wind tunnel around the thrust stand. Yeah, right. So yeah, there's that. Let's get going on this build though. Welcome to, hey Jesse, you came here just in time, man. So this is a all Tiny Whoop builds. Tiny Whoop custom dyed Meteor 65 frame. Hold on, the quality looks like crap because Logitech is a terrible company that should be beaten with a stick. The quality will improve in a second. So, custom purple dyed Tiny Whoop Meteor 65 frame, Beta FPV Meteor 65 frame. Tiny Whoop 0702 30,000 kV motors. GemFan bi-blades, the mahogany ones, again custom dyed by tinywhoop.com. This is the pinch camera in the pound mount, and then we've got the Tiny Whoop Truerc Smol antenna with the Happymodel OVX. What the hell is it? 300? OVX 300 or 330? I forget the model number, but it's the only Happymodel VTX, which is going to get VHB'd to the bottom of the new Beta FPV 1S black box AIO with BT 2.0. That's the whole build. It's going to require a lot of soldering, so let's get to work. 2:58. My regular stream time is 2 minutes from now, and we're just starting to get going on this. I did not get the pigtail yet, Jesse. Can I show the pigtail on the stream, or is that a secret? What's today? Sunday? Yeah, it did not come in the mail yesterday, and I guess we're not getting mail today because it's Sunday. So, all right, we can put this aside because the majority of our work is going to be on this guy. I need to pull up the wiring diagram. Okay, here we go. So I'm tempted to remove this this plug, but I have enough of these plugs, I think. Yeah, I have enough of these plugs. I'm gonna cut this. So this guy is gonna sit up here. What I will do though is I will cut these wires to the appropriate length. So here we go, friends. This is how this build is going to begin. These camera wires here are going to jack into the video in pad, which is the second to last pad on the right. And then the voltage and ground. If I'd gotten a VTX with 5 pads on it, voltage in, voltage and ground in, voltage and ground out, video, well, 6 pads then, voltage and ground in, voltage and ground out, which is 4, and then video in and smart audio. If I was smart, that's what I would have gotten. But instead, I got this Happymodel VTX, which only has 4 pads: voltage in, ground in, video in, smart audio. So what I'm going to have to do here is I'm going to have to put this camera, I'm going to have to double up the wires on these pads here so that the camera is connected to the 5 volt and the ground on the AIO to get its power and ground. And then I'm going to have to put the wires going to this VTX on the same exact pads, which is, it's not the end of the world. It's totally fine. June Logo says, I think you're the only pro still rocking a QX7. Yeah, would not. Yeah, that would not surprise me. You can show it, just haven't made the product page. Maybe I'll work on that now. Very cool. Jesse's got a really fun BT 2.0 pigtail that he's sending me a sample of. Hey, also, I was able to browbeat Jesse. It didn't take much work, but I seem to have been able to convince Jesse to make some of these 2S BT 2.0 pigtails. Beta FPV used to sell these, but they don't anymore. And I mean, they're very easy to make. It's just two BT 2.0s with one little cable connecting them here. But yeah, it's nice to be able to buy stuff, you know what I mean? So you should see these little 2S jibby jabbies on tinywhoop.com sooner than later. A little bit less work for your tinier lifter build that you've been dragging your feet on doing, which you have no reason to procrastinate on anymore. Okay, so this camera. Hello, who is it?
Oh, it's me. I accidentally left a drink in my car, and I don't want it to like heat up and get gross.
Word. So this camera here is going to hook up to these pads. So let's cut these to the right length. I'm going to cut these not like absolutely as short as possible. I'm going to give myself a little bit of leeway here. But we're going to cut them pretty short. So they're going to go to those pads there, unless I want to go backwards. No, we're going to go up in this direction. Yeah. All right, so we're going to line this up, line up the pound mount, just push these guys down a little bit. In most cases, this camera is going to be better. I need to get used to using it more often. Okay. All right, so the pound mount is lined up. We're going to push these wires down like this, and then the pads that they're linking up to are right back here. So I'm just going to notch one of these guys, and then we're going to use that little notch to cut the rest of them. So we're basically just leaving a mark on the cable with that. All right, so then we're going to come in here and chop all three of them. And now I've got a really short lead. I don't know if I'll ever have a setup where the camera is this close to these pads, but yeah, this is nice to kind of just have floating around. So put that up there. Now we're going to strip and tin this guy to get it ready. So the question is, should I solder the camera to this first and then the VTX, or other way around? It doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna do the VTX first. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I'm trying to think of which one I would be more willing. It doesn't matter. They're going to be double. The wires are going to be double soldered on top of each other. So if I have to remove one, I'm going to have to remove them both. So let's just do the camera first, just because that's the one that I just did. And then we're just going to take some 30 gauge wires and just double it up on top of the camera, and then we're going to run them to the bottom, see how we're going to mount this, and then we'll figure out how short we can make them, and yeah, then we'll solder to the... No, I'm going to solder to the VTX first, because the little holes in the VTX are really small. That's going to be more challenging than soldering to the AIO. So I'm going to do the more challenging bit, and then we'll do the easier bit. Yeah, that makes sense. So these pads are fairly small, so I'm just going to strip a tiny little bit of the silicone. For these 30 gauge wires, just use your fingertips. There's only 8 strands of individual wire within these. If you use something metal to strip these and you nick or break off 1 or 2 of those wires, you're breaking off a good chunk, a good percentage of the through flow rate of these little tiny 30 gauge wires, and you don't want that. So just use your fingernails rather. If you don't have fingernails, see if there's somebody in the house that has fingernails. I mean, I mercilessly bite my fingers and my fingernails, and I'm still able to do this, so you should be good to go. I like to use my little pinky nail just to do crack cocaine and to pull back the slight bit of silicone here just to give a little bit more. When you pull off the silicone like that, you tend to just pull it out the tiniest little bit, so you can give yourself a little bit more shielding by doing that. So there we go. We've got this little friend here. Let's get this goop set. All right, so we're going to tin these first. I am going to add a little bit of extra flux to them because why the hell not? Flux makes your life much simpler. Oops, that was way too much. All right, so we got some extra flux on there. My soldering iron is at 700 degrees, as it always is. I'm going to take a little tiny bit of solder. We're going to put the soldering iron below the wire, and then we're going to add the solder in from the top. I'm going to hold the soldering iron like this so that I can get it super flat to the desk. See my hand in the background there? I'm going to hold the soldering iron down like that, just so that I can, just because of where these wires are sitting, I want to be able to get the soldering iron below the wire, and this is how I'm going to do that. You can always, it's always easy to kind of hold the soldering iron in a different position rather than trying to move the work all around. So we're going to hold it nice and flat to the table, and then we're going to add the solder in from the top. You want to make sure that you're pushing the solder in between the individual strands of wire. So you want the heat source on one side, and you want to feed the solder in from the other. This goes for all wires that you're tinning. Bring it up. You're going to see a puff of smoke from the flux. And I'm accidentally hitting all three at once, which is not great. So let's do the far right one first. That was a complete fail. I didn't realize that these are all sitting at the exact same level. All right, so we're going to go video first. You're going to maintain contact with the wire with the tip of the iron, get a little bit of smoke, and then just push that solder in from the top. There's the first one. And now what I'm going to do is just angle this so I can get to the second one. Good. And last one. And now we're good to go. We made sure that we pushed solder in between those 8 little strands of wire. That is how you get the best possible amount of solder, into the wires themselves. So now we're going to tin the pads on the flight controller itself. And let's just rotate this out of the way here. Well, let's do this. Let's mount this guy sideways. Like that. That should hold it nice and solid. And then I'm going to look on the wiring diagram here, and we're going to see that video in is this pad here, video out is this pad here, ground is over here, and then 5 volt is right there. Kind of annoying. I should have cut the 5 volt pad a little bit longer, but we'll be all right. So 5 volt is right there. I wish this was 5 volt. That would be nice. They don't have anything labeled for this pad and this pad. That's kind of silly. But yeah, we're going to put the 5 volt. I'm not going to use this as a through hole, though. I'm just going to put a blob of solder on this, and then we're just going to solder the flat to this guy. So we're going to use this pad. We're going to skip the video out. That's only for going to the VTX, and then we're going to use this pad here. So we're only going to tin 1, 2, and 3 pads right now. Cool? Let's get it on. I'm going to add a little bit of flux. This one. That one. And they are silk screened on the board. Ground is G. Plus 5V is 5 volt over here. And then I think there's an I. That's for video in. Because the board is so small. They couldn't do. Usually they'll do like VI. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is tin these pads. That is going to be putting a little bit of solder onto the pad so that we don't have to do that while we're holding the wire on it. So we're going to put the tip of the soldering iron on one side of the pad, and we're going to feed the solder in from the other side of the pad. And I'm trying to get you guys the best possible view of this, but it's a little difficult. Let's move this up a little bit more and tilt it down a little bit more. Try to get it to focus exactly on that spot. There you guys go. I think that's the best I can give you. All right, here we go. So we're going to put the soldering iron on one side of the pad, and then we're going to feed the solder from the other. It's going to go quick. There's going to be a big poof of smoke when the flux explodes and burns off. Smoke, and then add. And you're going to give it a second because you want to make sure that you get the pad nice and hot, and that's all there is to it. And now we're going to come over here, do the ground pad. So that was the video in. Next is ground. Flux is burning off. Adding solder. Give it a second. And now I'm accidentally tinning some of the other pads. That's fine. If all the pads end up tinned, that's totally okay. And then now we're going to do the 5-volt pad down here in the corner. This is a much smaller pad, so it's a little bit more difficult, but good to go. And there we have it. I'm actually going to add a little bit more to that pad since it's a through hole. The through hole pads are going to suck up a little bit more solder. And that's all there is to it because they're filling the through hole itself up with solder as you do that. So there we go. Our pads are all tinned. So now we've basically got blobs of solder on the pads themselves. We've got a bunch of solder inside of the wire. So now all we need to do is hold the wire up to the pad and bring the heat source in. And all of that solder is going to automatically melt together. And yeah, it just makes your life a lot easier. Kind of starting to change my mind on the order that I want to do this with. Once I've soldered this camera up, the camera is going to be flopping around on this AIO. I think I would rather do the VTX first because the VTX is going to be coming up from the bottom, and it's just going to be less. Yeah, I did this in the wrong order. So let me also. I'm going to tin. The only other pad that I need tinned is the video out, which is this center pad. So let's tin that up real quick, and then I'm going to shift gears a little bit over to working on the VTX, and then we'll do the camera last because then the camera can just drop down on top, and all is right with the world. So we got one more pad that we need to tin here, and it's this center pad that's still golden color. Heat on one side. Solder feed from the other. Give it a second, and now we're good to go. That's actually a little bit too big. You don't want like a great big solder ball on there. You want just like a little mound of solder. Initially that had a big old ball of solder, and that's a little bit too much. So now we're good to go. All of our pads that we're going to be using here are tinned up. Let me just really quickly take a look with a 5X loop here. I wonder if I can like hold this up to the camera. Hold on. Is there a distance that comes into focus? Well, I can't believe that works. I cannot believe that works. So there you go. You can see the little mounds of solder. Hold on. Let's see if I can get this a little better. So yeah, you can see the little mounds of solder on each one of those joints. They're not a gold color anymore. All right. And now I need to use this little 5X loop here myself just to kind of inspect it a little better. You can get these 5X loops off Amazon. Hey! I put a ton of time and work into the description of the last video to update the product links. Go check them out if you don't mind. Down in the video description right now, there are updated links to all kinds of stuff. New items that I trust. So yeah, scroll down. There's lots of good stuff in there. All right, all these pads look great. Now we're going to start playing around with this VTX here. So the first thing that I want to kind of revisit is how I'm going to mount this on the bottom of this AIO. We talked about this on the last stream, and we kind of figured it out, but I just want to sort of revisit it. So I'm going to be using this Tiny Whoop small antenna, and we're going to just make it turn like a really sharp angle here and come up on top of the of the AIO. And so I'm basically going to do that with it. Just make it turn a tight little 90 degree. And then I think this guy is just going to get VHB to the bottom like that. And then the little antenna will just stick up. Oh boy, that is awful close. Once it's on double-sided tape, I don't think it's going to be quite long enough. Interesting. Pedro Tomei's in the house. He says, is this the Beta FPV board? Put a smoke stopper puff. There are no 1S smoke stoppers, unfortunately. Ripper FPV says hi. Ramdongo says, hey, good health. Vitrafly says, if you can have any stylized camera mount on a 5-inch, how would it look? There's a guy, Chaos, K-A-O-S, that a while ago designed the coolest stylized 5-inch camera mount ever. It was like kind of Predator style. But then he didn't really like finish the project, unfortunately. But yeah, if I had a choice, that's the one that I would do. So this guy's gonna sit here. Someone had said that you can mount the Tiny Whoop Smol to the bottom. I think you can keep it on the underside. I think what they mean is putting it out the side like this, and then it would be sort of above where the motor plugs are. Let me kind of spec that out and see if that's a realistic option. I don't want it to be too crowded under here. Okay, so it looks like it would need to go. Looks like it would need to go maybe in between these, but then it's going to hit on that. So the other option is to mount this guy sideways like this. And then, now that's going to be in the duct. I don't think that'll work. Let's take a look though. Let's take a look. Yeah, no, that's going to be in the duct. It has to go in between here. And then I don't want this to be too fiddly. I like all my rigs to be like somewhat serviceable. I don't want them to be too much of a pain to the point where like I don't fly it hard because I don't want to crash it because I don't want to then work on it. So yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a balance in that. I might actually end up just not using this antenna, if I'm honest. Just use like a regular whip antenna. But let's keep futzing around with this to see what we can kind of make happen. So if it sits like that, yeah, we're still easily clear of the, but see, that's right on top of the motor pad, so we don't want that. If I move this down a little bit, now it starts to hit on the frame itself. So yeah, the VTX has to sit dead center like that. So the game becomes what orientation the VTX sits in. So we can put the VTX up like this, and then we can kind of put a little angle on that. Or we can mount the VTX like that. I don't think that'll work though. We could mount it. We could keep turning it. And we could try to mount it. So this is in the downward direction. Now that's going to foul on those plugs. And then the other option is to keep turning it around like this. And, well, that's interesting. Where would that sit? It's kind of looking like it's gonna foul on those plugs, but let's just see. So it would sit there. I also don't want this antenna to be the lowest point, because then it's just gonna take too much abuse, and it's already a very fragile antenna. Yeah, see, so in order for it not to foul on the motor plugs, it's going to have to get pushed upwards, and then it's going to be the lowest point, and that's a terrible idea. So, okay. This antenna very obviously needs to hang out in sort of the long direction here. So then the decision becomes, what orientation does the VTX sit in? This is kind of interesting here. How would this work? I think that would get in the way of the battery. No, it would go into the duct. Yeah, so it has to go out the side. It absolutely has to go out the side. And yeah, so that means putting an angle on it like this. Those guys, or like that. So either that or that. And now I just need to create a little 45-degree kink. If we're going to do this, I have a funny feeling I'm going to bail on this antenna and we're just going to do a whip antenna. Because, man, this thing is all over these plugs. So it would sit like that, and it would come up here, and then these plugs would need to drop down. Well, let's see. Let's see what that looks like. Take a quick look at this, set up like that. Come on now. Jesus Christ, this is fiddly. Stop it. Come on, get in there. Stop it. There we go. Okay, that would need to sit in there like that. And then I need more. I need this to rotate out. There we go. There we go. Okay. So that would need to rotate out more, but I need to start doing this with VHB. Doing this without VHB is like torture. Hold on. I got a little bit of VHB over here, still on this thrust stand. Let me just snag it off of there. There we go. Oh, come on now. It ripped. Really? Don't do me like this, VHB. Come off of there. Oh, stop ripping, yo! Alright, we're good. So let's just real quickly, put a little bit of this on the bottom here. And we will stick this down. So let's pretend like we're going to do it here. Like that. And then, okay, cool. So, put this through here. Alright. That through there. Why won't this come down? What's happening? There we go. Alright, so yeah, that looks like that'll work. And then, I mean, it's certainly fiddly, but there is enough room for these guys to plug in. You know what I mean? And that one and that one. So that's a definite option. That is, I mean, the camera is going to be down really, or the antenna is going to be down really low, and we're not going to get as great video coverage, right? Because it's going to be down really low to the ground. But I mean, we should be fine. We're just flying around the house. The signal is just bouncing all over the damn place. And it looks like the antenna is not quite the lowest point. If you look at it flat here, the antenna is almost the lowest point, but not quite. So we should be good. Stop focusing back there. Focus up here. Yeah, here you go. So if I move these plugs out of the way, kind of see the antenna is just barely above the lowest point. So let's do it. Let's do that. I don't really have much of a choice. The cable on this antenna is so short that if we're going to do it this way, this is how it's going to get done. I can't really rotate it. I mean, I guess technically I could rotate it over here, but then it's coming into the duct. I mean, I don't hate that, but then it's also all on top of this this plug header here, and we've got like the motor wires wanting to come out. You know what I mean? And like, it's kind of fighting for its life in there. Okay. Other option would be I turn this guy like that, and then this fella. No, I mean I run into the exact same problem there. So I think this guy, I think this is the best setup for it. Yeah, I think that's the best. Okay. The problem is that the bottom of the antenna is smacking into this screw port here. And I don't want the antenna to get smushed. Arizona says, how do you keep the plunger on the flux syringe? Mine never stays in. I don't know. It just kind of like friction's in there. I don't know. It doesn't want to come out. I don't know. Man. I don't know. Okay. So let's deal with these through holes here, and then we'll get this thing wired up to the AIO, and then we'll deal more with the antenna woes. What's nice is if that antenna doesn't work out, I can just pop it off and just take one of these little tiny baby guys and put it on there and just run it straight upwards, and we're good to go. I kind of wish I had an extra Truerc Singularity antenna for this, because those have a little bit more length on them than the Tiny Whoop Smols. But no big deal. No big deal. CH3 says, try toilet tank, maybe more space. The problem with toilet tanking on these is that the battery does not sit perfectly even. So if you toilet tank this, the battery is going to be off center. So like this side of the quad is going to have more weight to it. And like, I guess you can try to kind of center it properly, but you're never going to get it quite right. And then I'm going to run into the same issue. It's going to go, the antenna is going to go forward and it's going to smack into this. It's not going to be fouling on the plugs, but I don't think that's much of an issue. The main thing though is that I don't want, and here's the thing, right? You never know where like this battery is evenly weighted. This plastic plug, this is all hollow inside. The lithium polymer is in this, and it stops roughly there. So you got to kind of like try to eyeball that, but then your plastic plug is hanging really far out the side. It's just, yeah, I don't want the CG to be off left to right. So that's sort of my deal. Steve, just type flux syringe into Amazon and you'll find them. There's a bunch of them. And I don't really know what flux is good versus bad. So you're on your own on that one, unfortunately. All right. So get this now, not. All right, man, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. So this is gonna be some wee little soldering here. So we're gonna put it in here like this. Soldering iron is gonna come in from this side, and the wires are gonna feed in from this side here. This is going to be real difficult for you guys to see. I apologize for that, but there ain't a damn thing I can do about it. TinyWhoop.com, store, and then FPV gear. Scroll down a little bit. Happymodel OVX 300. Is there? Yes, there is. Video, smart audio, ground, 5 volt. So now I'm just going to grab some 30 gauge cable. I have a big stack up here for some reason. Here's red. Here's black. Here's green. And tell me I have a yellow. Tell me that there's a yellow. There's not. Why is there not a yellow? I mean, I can just use blue. It's kind of fine. Kind of annoying if I'm honest, though. Hold on. I have many bags of many cables floating in many locations around here. Is this a bag of cables? It sure is. Is there... Yeah, there's a yellow in here. There is a yellow right here. What are these? What are these? What is this bag of cables? Where is this from? Hold on. Oh, these have ends on them, though. I don't want to... Although I do only need a tiny little bit. Look at this. I got a bunch of 14 gauge, nice short little jibby jabbies in here, too. What are these little fellas doing? I'm going to keep these out because I have some XT30s that need some lovin'. So I'm going to take this XT30 here, and I'm going to make a little XT30 lead with it. Okay, put that there. If anybody wants to see how to do that at some point, just holler, and we'll do it. And I even have a little clear XT30 here. I'm going to make another one with that. All right, there's another one. I think that's it. I think that's all that... I'm sorry, I said XT30. I meant to say XT60. You would not want to use 14 gauge with XT30s. That is a complete waste. That is a connector that can't flow that much. So yeah, don't do that. That's silly. I've got another clear one. Look at me go! Oh wait, that's the wrong one. We want the other side of it. Oh, and that's what I don't have. I don't have the other side of it. Okay, so we're only going to make 2. And by we, I mean me. Only going to make... Actually, I'm only going to make 1. I don't have any of the clear ones. Where the hell did the other guys go? Yeah, only making 1. Oh, well! Yeah, the amount of me seeing shiny things and... Squirrel! Ing. Is quite serious today. Okay. Right9 says, what is holding that board? Some sort of blue tack? This is Mass Adhesives... Electronic goop, massadhesive.com. Thermally resistive putty. It's just specifically made to be blue tack, but not get all goopy and be horrible and all the things. It's really good stuff. It really works well. All right. And I just found a bag of cables, so we're going to use that. Okay. Pile of cables just got a little bit bigger, but that's okay. And these are going to go in that little kit. And we'll be all set. Where's that little kit at? Little kit is up here. Alright. Let's put these up in there. And all's right with the world. Little bit of organization, just a little 1 second organization, and we're good to go. Perfect. Okay. I got this little bag here. I don't know what the hell this is from, but it's got a bunch of matching leads in it. I think there's white, yeah. Red, black, white, and yellow. Those are the right colors to use for what we're doing right here. So we got red. We've got black and white. And then give me one of these yellows. Get over here, yellow. Awesome. What is this? It's obviously from something. We got a bunch of shrimp wrap in there. Interesting. What is this? Left-hand circular? Yeah, left-hand circular raw. Ready to be direct soldered to something. Huh. Okay, friends. We are going to deal with the smallest little jibber jabbers I've ever seen. So here's how we're going to handle this. I'm going to grab a bunch more solder. And I'm going to make a little solder stand. The way that you do that is you take your round thingy and your big long piece of solder you just cut, and you just wrap it around. Wrap it, wrap it, wrap it, wrap it, wrap it, wrap it, and wrap it. And then you squish it together, and you take this side and you go 90 degrees out. So you've now squished it together, take it off, and now you've got a little self-sustaining solder stand. See that? You put it on the desk like that, and it'll stand up. And then you can bring the tip of your soldering iron down onto it to pick up a little bit of solder. So, we've got video is all the way on the outside, and then smart audio, and then ground, and then 5 volts. So we're going to go yellow, white, black, red. What you want to do is look at both sides of the board to see which one's going to be more difficult. And so in this case, we've got 2 little components right on top of the last pad there, which is 5 volt. So we want to do this 5 volt pad first because it's going to be the most difficult, and it's going to want to bridge to the one next to it because I don't have enough room because of these 2 little components here. So yeah, we're going to do red first. We're going to go inside to out. So we're going to go red, black, yellow, white. And now these little wires that I just grabbed from God knows where, they've got, it looks like they're pre-tinned, and they've got tiny little ends on them. So it should hopefully fit through here. Yes, it does. All right, so that's going to make our lives a lot simpler. If it did not fit through there, I would realistically need to get it to fit through there. So take your soldering iron, just kind of push on it, try to flatten the wires out. I'm going to need to use magnification for this. This is hideously small work. So I'm going to put on my nerd goggles here, and we're going to dive into this. So basically, we're going to add flux to all 4 of these on both sides because we really need to make sure that we get good sort of penetration here. And the solder is, we need to make sure that the solder is going to want to flow through these pads since we're not pre-tinning these pads. So yeah, we're going to wipe flux on one side, and then we're going to come to the other side, and we're going to do the same. Just pushing it down into the putty a little bit. Alright, so both sides have a good whack of flux on them. I'm also going to flux the ends of the wires here. And now that I'm looking at these under magnification, I can see that they are indeed pre-tinned. Admittedly, this is probably lead-free solder that these are tinned with, but if I go and add a bunch of solder to these, it's going to make my job more difficult because it's going to make this harder to get through those absurdly small little holes. So we're going to just go for it as they are. We're going to add a bunch of solder when we're connecting them, and should be totally fine. It's a Tiny Whoop. This is not a VTX that's going to get yanked on. So yeah, we should be good. All right, so all four of the wires themselves are now fluxed. And I'm just kind of hanging them off the desk over here. You guys can't see it, but yeah, I'm just sort of hanging them off the desk now that they've got that goop on them. The flux, the goop being the flux. So, all right. We're going to keep our solder right here because I'm going to take, once I have this, well, all right, so here we go. We're just going to do it. So we're going to put the 5-volt red wire through the hole. And now we got to figure out a way to get it to stay there. We are going to use our fingers, but it's good to when we let go of it to not have it like fall out. And that's actually looking pretty nice. So that is now going through the hole. We're going to take the soldering iron. We're going to pick up a little bit of solder from here and push it onto the other side. And then we're just going to give it a second to transfer the heat. And all that solder is going to moosh together. And we should be good to go. Nice clean soldering iron tip. Here we go. We're going to pick up a little bit of solder. And I need to figure out how this is going to go. Okay, so it's going to go like this. Pick up a bunch. And then I'm going to turn it and put it at a steep angle. And bring it in. And I did not pick up enough solder. Let's get a bunch more. So what's happening is the solder is not staying on the part of the tip of the soldering iron that I want it. So I'm going to try to put the tip of the soldering iron in there and add the solder. So tip of the soldering iron on the joint. And then we're going to add the solder. And now it bridged to the component that's right next door, which is no good. This is a really challenging little VTX to solder to. This is a bit nuts. You guys are not going to be able to see this. I just need to fix this. I'm not going to be able to fix it at the angle that this thing is sitting. Well, maybe I am. Maybe I can do this. Come on, you bastard, focus. Okay, so it's hard for you guys to see it, but there is a solder bridge going on here. I can barely see it with magnification. So I'm going to heat this up, and I'm going to flick outwards to try to break this bridge. And out. And didn't break it yet. Clean the tip of the soldering iron to remove any extra solder. And we're going to do that again. Heat both joints up, and then flick outwards. And that appears to have fixed it. Let me take one more shot. I'm going to heat up the back of the component here. It's a little capacitor. And it looks like we're good there. But now I think the wire is starting to fall out. Yeah, the wire is now starting to fall out of the back of the pad, so we can't have that. Luckily now the pad and the wire are all soldered up, tinned up. So I just need to heat up the joint and push the wire back through. So heat up the joint, push the wire back through, and yeah, we should be good to go. I'm going to take a look under the 5X loop, which has a little bit more magnification than these goggles. This VTX is rough. I got to be honest. This is a very, very, very small soldering job here. But it is doable. And it is done. And that solder bridge has been corrected. I just want to clean it up a tiny little bit more, though. There's a little bit extra solder on that little capacitor there that's kind of on the side of it. And I just want to sort of take care of that real quick. So hold on. I have to do that off camera. I need the magnification of this little 5X loop in order to do that. Oh, shit. Fucking wire just fell out. I accidentally touched the pad. All right. And one more second. All right, the capacitor is now good to go. So that's fine. Now we just have to redo everything that we just did. Yeah, this is rough. I mean, technically you don't have to use these through pads, through holes, but to be honest, there's components right on the other side of the through holes, so you kind of want to use the through holes in this case. The trick might be to actually, at least with this one pad, the trick might be to tin this pad up. So now that the pad is tinned up, the game that we're going to play is putting the soldering iron onto one side and feeding in the wire from the other. And we're having to use the tip of the soldering iron, which usually I don't like to do. But in this case, that went completely fine. So we are good. I'm actually going to tin the rest of these pads because of the experience that we just had there. So yeah, I'm going to pull the soldering iron in on the right side of the pad. I'm going to feed solder from the left. And we're just going to tin the rest of these pads up. Unfortunately, that's not going to let us put the wire through. But in this case, we're just going to feed it through the side, and it'll be fine. This is small work. All right, there's one pad. Here's the next. By feeding through the solder through the other side, that makes absolutely sure that the inside gets completely coated. And the inside is where all the action is happening, so that's important. Here's the problem I'm running into, though, is that these pads are now bridging. So I put a little bit too much solder on these, and now the pads are starting to bridge with each other. I didn't add flux, and that's probably why this is going on. So what I'm going to do is put heat onto each one of them and just remove a little bit of solder. Solder always travels towards the heat. So with a clean soldering iron tip, when you touch one of these pads, a little bit of solder is going to stick to and come with the tip of the soldering iron, kind of no matter what. And then you can rotate the tip of the soldering iron to a part that's clean and hit it again. And then rotate it to a part that doesn't have any stuck to it and hit it again. So I just hit each of the pads and just took the tiniest little bit of solder on the tip of the iron with it. And now we're going to clean it off to remove that, and now I'm going to do the other side. And Ground pad. Smart audio pad. Video pad. This side was not as bad. So we are good to go. We're going to give the power pad a little tug just to make sure it's dialed, and we're good to go. Next up is the ground pad, the ground wire, I should say. And we're going to do the same thing from a second ago. We're going to use the tip of the soldering iron on the other side of the pad, and we're just going to feed the wire through. Here it is, liquid. Feed the wire through. Remove the heat and be nice and stable. And there we go. All right, and then we've got smart audio is next. That's going to be white. Yeah, this is the way to do this one. All right. Pad is liquid. Feed the wire through. Good to go. And then the last one is video. We're going to use yellow. It's always good to use the correct color of wires, because then down the road, if you have to do a repair, you don't have to try to remember, oh shit, I used blue for video on this one. Now this is where this approach falls apart. I can't find the hole for the wire. It's sometimes hard. Once these wires are through holes are clogged up, yeah, it just becomes a little difficult. Yeah, I'm having a really hard time on this one. These wires might have frayed out a little bit, I guess. Let me push on them. There we go. I think that was the problem. So heat on one side, feed the wires through the other, and there we go. And now hopefully none of these guys bridged. Oh, looks like we're okay. Looks like we're good. Woo, that's tough. That is tough to do, but totally doable. A little bit of patience. So now you're going to take each one of these and give them a nice little tug to make sure that it's not a cold solder joint. With through holes, it's very rare. It's very, very, very rare that you get a cold solder joint. Now I'm going to use my little loop to really look for bridges, because these pads are really, really, really close together. It looks like we're fine. I am going to snip off the wires are peeking through a little bit too far on the white and the yellow. So I'm just going to take a little pair of flush cutters and just cut them flat. Cut the little tiny bit of extra wire off here, because this board is going to be sitting, I mean, it's going to be sitting up on a piece of VHB, but it is going to be sitting flat on a on the AIO PCB. Yeah, so that looks pretty good. Does not look like there's any bridging going on. Let's see if I can show you guys a little bit. Now let's leave this up like this. Let's bring this down like that. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at. Alright, and on this side, I just hit my head on the light. Jesus Christ. On this side, we got the silicone nice and butted up against the PCB. Cool. And now we're going to put a really sharp angle on these things, because we don't want them to get up into the battery bay. So we're going to take these guys, and the direction is up this way on the board. So we're going to take these and just kind of do this right here, just to get them nice and flat and traveling in the correct direction. Cool, and now they sit. You don't want to go too nuts there. You want to be fragile. You want to be gentle with them, but yeah, it's good to go. So now on this AIO, this guy is going to sit like this, And then these wires are going to go upwards. They're going to go upwards, and then they're going to turn the corner up here. Jesus. You guys are going to put a seat on there. They're going to go up like this and turn the corner, and then link up with these pads here. And they're going to be kind of like all over each other. But, I mean, that's not really much of an option. The other option would have been to put it like this. And then I could have sent, I guess I could have sent 2 of them one side and 2 of them the other side. But they're on the wrong sides. The video would need, yeah, they would need to cross over. So no, I think we did it the right way. Yeah, the voltage is on the left. Maybe I will do a little crossover. The voltage is here. Nah, well, I don't know. I don't know. So now we need to get these guys cut down to length. And I think to do that, I'm going to properly VHB this to the AIO here. So let's get a fresh piece of VHB going. We'll get this thing in its right little position. And where the hell is my roll of very high bond? What the fuck is it? I had it a minute ago. Would I eat it? Did I not put it? Oh, I didn't put it back in the right spot. Threw me off. Freelojo says, have you tried the HDLRC Zeus VTX? I have. It was no good. It right out of the box, it was causing problems. So yeah, I cannot recommend. It's been a while. I don't remember what the hell was going on with it, but Manjaro Black says, what did I miss so far? What's the parts list? Scroll down. It's in the description of this video and Friday's live stream as well. All right, so this VHB is going to go on the bottom of this guy, and it looks like it's absolutely the perfect size. I'll be damned. Here we go. Okay. And here we are. So we're going to completely cover. I really like to completely cover with VHB so that if this thing goes sideways, none of the components touch the AIO. If you're ever putting PCB to PCB like this, either shrink wrap it, and in this case that wouldn't work. If you're not going to shrink wrap it, make sure you cover the whole goddamn thing in VHB. That is important. That will bite you in the ass if you don't do it. Maybe. Maybe it won't. But you're living dangerously. All right, cool. So this is where we're going to put this little VTX here. Just really make sure that we push it on here so that it gets good and stuck. The pressure is what activates this this adhesive, so do it. All right. Now, let me revisit this small antenna just to make sure that I'm not going to snap it on, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, okay. So that looks like it's in an okay enough position. I'm going to put a little bit more of a bend in it a little bit farther up. Perfect. Okay, we'll be back to him. So, power and ground. Let's start cutting these wires down to length. So, power is going to need to hit this pad here on the corner. And then ground. Jesus, I can barely see these pads. My God, hold on. I need to put these nerd goggles on again. Okay, so there's the power pad, and then we skip that diagonal one, and then there's the ground. So power needs to come up like this. And I'm just going to cut it. I'm just going to go right in. And cut this power pad exactly where it needs to be. Alright. Exactly there. Whew, man, this is going to be a tight little build. Jesus. Alright, and then the ground is going to be on the outside. That's going to kind of like loop up and over it, I think. You know, I'm going to do these one by one. I'm going to cut and then strip and solder these on one by one. Because each one of them is going to be like right on top of the one next to it. And yeah, this is just how we're going to need to do this. This is a ridiculous build. If you want a challenge, do this. If you don't want a challenge, don't do this. This is a bit much, if I'm honest. But again, totally doable. Just got to be patient. All right, so we're going to tin this wire that we just stripped, and then we're going to tack it down. Okay. And now we also need to keep in mind that at some point another wire is going to have to get dropped down on top of this one, but I mean, we'll deal with that once we get there. All right, I'm going to turn this to the side like this, grab this wire, and these little fine-tipped tweezers, and get it down on the 5-volt pad here. I mean, technically this 5-volt pad is a through hole, so I could pull this up from the bottom, but the ground pad is not a through hole, so I'm not going to play that game. So, quick touch, and now they are soldered together. Now I can kind of reposition, and now I'm going to just make sure it's as flat on the pad as it can be. Come up, grab it, push down, and pull away. You see me kind of pull away from the pad? That took a bunch of the solder with it so that there's not a gigantic ball of solder on that pad. So now we're good. Next up is the ground pad. Oh boy, this is the definition of fiddly. So, okay. Voltage pad is going to hang out like that. Ground is going to come up and over it. And I'm going to give it a tiny little bit of extra slack. And then we're going to cut it. So yeah, this ground pad is also going to get a second wire drop down on top of it for the camera, which could have been avoided by buying a different VTX. But hey, this VTX is cheap. Alright, so we got that, and now we're going to strip it. We got it cut to length, I should say. Now we're just going to strip it. You guys probably can't see this, but I'm just digging my fingernails into it. And then pulling out. Whoops. No, I stripped enough. So I stripped enough, but the silicone like kind of followed. So we're just going to push the silicone back. Our fingernail here. There we go. Now we have enough exposed wire. So now we're going to tin this. So let's stand it up like that just to get it away. Yeah, I haven't been using flux on any of this stuff. I added enough flux to the pads where I'm kind of getting away with it. Also, this really small work, especially with this iron at 700 degrees, it goes really quick. And there's also flux in the core of the solder. So every time I add solder, we're getting a little bit of flux. I do not have quite enough of the insulation of the exposed wire showing here. So let me go back in and just, yeah, we're okay. That'll be fine. We have enough solder on the pad where we're going to be okay here. All right, thin tweezers. If you guys can't see this, I apologize. It's like, it's hard for me to even be able to do this, let alone have a camera that's showing this. So you're just going to have to take my word for some of this stuff. I'm trying to talk you through it as best as I can. All right, wire coming up. Tweezers holding it down, and quick touch. And at this point, you got to be careful not to like undo the work that you just did. The power pad is so close that yeah, it's easy to slip and hit that, and then all of a sudden you got to redo the power pad. All right. Ooh boy. Something else. There we go. All right. I need to add a little bit of solder to this, so let's put some on the tip of the iron. All right, the tip of the iron is oxidized. I haven't cleaned it. And the solder is not sticking to it. If the solder is ever not willing to stick to the tip of the iron, you need to clean the tip of the iron. Solder should want to flow towards the tip of the iron, and now it is. I'm actually going to clean it again because I just picked up too much solder. I just want to have a little tiny bit there. I just want to add a little tiny bit to this joint. So now let's try this again. There we go. Just enough. Use the tweezers to hold the wire down and transfer some of the solder to the pad. There we go. Now there's a little bit more solder on that pad. That's important because we're going to put another wire on top of that. Next up, we've got the video in. And then we have to use the T2 pad for smart audio. So next up is yellow and then white. And I actually didn't get any solder on the T2 pad. I didn't tin the T2 pad, but that's okay. We'll take care of that. All right, so we got to run these wires now. Yellow is next. So we'll pull the yellow one down, and then we'll loop it over. The other option is to cross these two over here and then run them up and over. But let's just keep everything going in this direction. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. If I cross these over, I'm afraid of stuff getting up in the battery compartment, and I try to put a battery in real quick. So that's why I'm tempted to keep them. Yeah, I'm going to keep them running this direction. I don't want anything going across because I don't want any chance of these wires popping up into the battery tray and getting yoinked out of there. So, all right. Let's come up and over. So we're going to do yellow first and then white. But they can... pull the yellow one down like that. Yeah, let's do that. Pull the yellow one down. Okay. So yellow first, so it's going to come up. It's going to kind of cross over. And it needs to link up with video out. Video out, which is the center pad. Okay. So yeah, this is now our video out. Which is right there. Okay. So that's how that wire is going to run. We got a little bit of extra slack on it. And we're just going to come in here and chop it. And now I'm going to strip it. We'll tin it and drop it down. All right. Fingernail strip. And stand it up here so that we can tin it. The tiniest little bit of solder left here. All right, we're tinned and nerd goggles back on. Okay. So now this is not going to have a second wire on top of it. One of the things I like to do is I'll use my right index finger to kind of push the wire down, and then I can hold it, and then I can kind of remove the tweezers around until the wire is in the absolute perfect spot. And then you just come in with the soldering iron and drop it in. And away you go. All right. Smart audio is last, and that needs to go onto this T2 pad. T for transmit, and we are transmitting signals and information from the AIO to the VTX to let it know what changes we want to make in the smart audio land. T2 pad is now tinned. Let's get this white wire looped up and around. Kind of wish I'd gone down below with the white wire. Maybe I can just sneak this through. Hold on, let's see. If I go down below with the white wire, there we go. So fish that guy through. And let's see. Come on, white wire. You gonna cooperate? You're gonna be a jerk. Come on. Get in there. Get down. There we go. Okay. Now the white wire is down below the yellow one. Just like the way it looks better. There it is. Okay. So now the white wire is going to come up like this, and he's the one that goes all the way across. Okay, perfect. So now the white wire comes up and across, and he's going to have to go all the way over there to T2, but we want to leave enough room for the camera to hit the video in pad. What's up, Sage?
Hey, I'm just looking for the bag from yesterday.
Behind me on my left. Same spot it was.
I forgot to get my strawberry candies out of it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh no, the strawberry candies are upstairs in the cupboard.
Okay.
Yeah, in the little bucket thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. All right, so now we're gonna cut this like this, right on top of this T2 pad. Didn't quite get all the way through it. Oh shit, you guys can't see. Sorry, I don't have this camera pointed up quite high enough. Sorry, friends. You didn't miss much. I'm just making sure that this wire runs the way it needs to run. Now we're going to strip it and tin it and drop it. Just taking a tiny little bit off because these pads are so small. We'll pull back the silicone. And yeah, it should be just enough. It'll be fine. All right, let's get it tinned up real quick here. Oh, look at this. We got just the tiniest little bit left here. Let's see if we can get it. I'm just going to drop this little piece of solder on here. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. And, well, now it's not going to want to focus. Come on, focus. Focus, camera, focus. There we go. Okay, so I got this last little guy here. And we're going to grab him just with the tip of the tweezers. Get it down on the T2. Hold it in place. And apply heat. I would not be able to do this without the magnification. Absolutely not. Well, that's not true. I would be able to do it, but the chances of a bridged joint would go up tenfold without the nerd goggles on. With the nerd goggles on, like, I don't even have to check my work because I can actually see the solder melting. There we go. All right, cool. And I am actually going to check that joint though, because the this is 5x magnification and the nerd goggles are not. The nerd goggles are maybe like 3 or 2x. Yeah, we are good to go here. All right, so there it is. Now we just have to hook the camera up, which is going to be the really interesting part, but this is where we're at right now. Nice clean little runs. Nice and organized. Nice shiny little balls. All right, time to put the camera on. Now's when it all falls apart because we're going to have to try to put 2 wires on top of a solder joint. Sometimes this is not a nightmare though. So cross your fingers. First thing we'll do is the video in because that does not have to be doubled up. And then we will do the ones that do need to be doubled up. So stand by for pain. Clean the tip of the soldering iron. Let's actually flux these. Actually, I'm gonna flux the ends of the wires. What's nice about the flux is like it really flows like crazy. So by just doing the ends of the wires like this, as soon as I hit them with heat, the flux will like ooze down onto the other wires or the joints. So first up is the easy one, which is the video, which has its own pad here. It's still not that easy because I'm going on top of other wires, but okay, not bad. Video one is down. Now we've got ground, and what I try to do when you're soldering a wire on top of a wire, what you want to do is get the wire in place, and then you want to try to grab both wires. If you don't do that, the bottom wire will want to move on you, and it's really, really, really annoying. So move the camera around, move the mount around, do whatever you have to do so that the exposed bits of the wire are perfectly sitting on top of each other. And then slide your tweezers down and grab both wires, and you're gonna kind of pinch. You're gonna pinch pretty tight because a lot of, like, especially in this case, one wire is thicker than the other wire. Yeah, you got to pinch tight enough to hold them both. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. And pinching tight. Applying heat. And you really need to make sure when you do this that the whole thing liquefies. Both the top wire and the bottom wire and the pad need to all go liquid. Ooh, baby, we got it. And it should just form one big mound of solder. You do not want to see the bottom and then the top and then the, you know what I'm saying? And you really need to inspect these when you do them because it's just a janky ass thing to do. But in this case, we are golden. It is one big mound of solder. Now we're going to do the positive, which is an even smaller pad, so the positive is going to be even more difficult. But we got this. We just did it once. No reason we can't do it again. So, get the wire in position. Slide your tweezers down to grab both wires. Maybe even use your little fingernail here to push down on this one. And then with the tip of the soldering iron, we are going to push the top wire down into the bottom wire. The whole thing just melted. Give it a second. Remove the heat. And now I'm going to just kind of move a tiny little bit. Pinch hard again. And now really push down on the top wires. Hit it one more time. There we go. That was it. What I'm trying to do here is you've got your pad and then you've got the first. All right, so same thing that we always do. This is the end of the silicone. In this case, the pad doesn't hang off the side of the board, so the pad's like this. So we've got the end of our silicone here, which is my thumb, and then my fingers are the strands of wire on the bottom pad. And they're kind of sitting up like this on the pad. Right? We got this little gap here between the silicone and the wires, which is fine. Nothing we can do about this. Right? So this is the original wire. Well, then we've got another wire on top here with its own strands. And what you're trying to do is push all these strands together. Like, no matter what, they're going to want to sit up like this. And you can just have one big amount of solder blob this whole thing. But even better is if you push this down. And if you do that, and if you can use the tip of the soldering iron, because you're holding with your tweezers the double silicone. So you're holding the double silicone with, this is the strands outside here. One wire, my thumb, one wire, my index finger. This is the silicone, and then just their imaginary strands of wire. With the tip of the soldering iron, which is this hand, you're going to push down on those individual strands on the top one to try to get them at a 45-degree angle so that they like meet up with the strands on the bottom one. And if you do it right, the solder will make one big smooth thing over the whole goddamn jibby-jabby. If you don't do that, these strands are going to be out here, these strands are going to be here, and the solder is going to want to do the same thing, but the solder is going to be the mechanical connection. If you push those strands of wire down so that they're all kind of touching, it's just a smaller area. So if it gets pulled, it's going to be a lot stronger to do that. Does that make any sense? Ramdoggo says, what board is that? New Beta FPV? It is indeed. Why not just use two different 5-volt and ground pads? Because there are none. And the other reason is that when you're dealing with a video system, you really want to have the ground pads all in the same spot. That is the best thing you can do to reduce video noise. So in some cases, even if there were a second set of ground and 5-volt pads, I would probably have used them and then hooked it up and seen if there was video noise. At that point, if there was video noise, I would be doing this. So if you want to make sure that your video system is as clean as possible, maybe do this to start. The other way to do this is to feed the wires from different directions. You've got your pad. That's not going to work. I have to talk. You've got your pad. and then you can bring, these are the wires. This is the silicone and the wires, silicone wires. You could bring the wires in like this and do that. The problem with doing that is you put the first one on and then you've got your tweezers on the second one. You go to put the second one on, you liquefy the joint, and the first one sometimes wants to move. So by doing both wires on top of each other, you can bring your tweezers down and grab both of the wires to hold both of the wires, and then you use the tip of the soldering iron to push the individual strands down into one big clump. It's always it's always a compromise when you have to put two wires down on down on one pad like this. I've done it a bunch though, and it absolutely works. It's just difficult. It's just a difficult little job to kind of do. So yeah, there you go. That's the best I can possibly show that to you guys. And here's what we're left with. Somewhat neat and tidy. Not the neatest, not the tidiest I've ever done, but this will absolutely work fine. So let's build it the rest of the way. What do you say? Now is the easy part, man. Now we just put some grommets in and slap everything down and tickle it a little bit and... Alright, so the pound... You guys know I'm always down for a little smack and tickle. Come on now. So we're going to put these grommets in from the top. The reason I didn't put the grommets in ahead of time is because I knew we'd be soldering, and that one rear grommet is right on top of those solder joints. So yeah, I could have definitely put the rest of these grommets in though. Man, I'm getting hungry. Okay. Hungry for this build to be done. What time is it? 4:30. We got plenty of time. We got a half an hour. We will get this done. Get it into Betaflight. And fight with binding. Maybe it won't be a nightmare. Maybe. Okay, let's get this rear grommet put in here. Yeah, if you're going to be soldering on pads right on top of these mounting holes, definitely take your grommets out. Otherwise, you're just going to melt the damn things. And you don't want melted rubber on the tip of your soldering iron. That ain't good for it. Okay, 2 grommets are in. Let's get the third one going here. I should have put these front grommets in ahead of time. It's easy when there's not shit hanging off of it. I've been very spoiled. One of the things I really like about the Mobula 6 ELRS boards is that you don't have to do any soldering. Everything is on plugs. So it's really easy to work with. And you can just unplug everything. I mean, I guess you have to solder on the battery lead, but that's really it. Being able to plug the camera in is really, really nice. If you have to do stuff like this, you can unplug the camera and you don't have the camera like hanging off of the AIO. Come on, get in there. You little freak. Get in there. There we go. And the front one. Okay. Felix Torres says, I'm learning something today with CiottiFPV. Good, man. Good. I love that. Who has done... in chat, type the number 2 if you've soldered 2 wires on top of a pad like that before. I'm curious if I'm the only one that does it. And if you have any horror stories, leave those in the chat as well. Alright, so we are grommeted up. I'm going to get this pound mount down in here like that. Alright, let's get this antenna bent back a little bit. All right, perfect. I've got our frame. Let's feed this guy back in there. And we can drop this down onto the posts. Look at this little build, man. This is like old school Tiny Whoop builds. I haven't done a build this in depth in a hot minute. and I gotta be honest, I do not miss it. The Modulus 6 builds are just so beautifully simple and easy. I mean, the only soldering you're dealing with is on the power lead. If those Modulus 6s would come with BT 2.0, they would be solderless builds, yo. Oh my god, look at all those 2s. You guys have done it as well, huh? Jesse twists them. That's an interesting idea. I never even thought to do that. On the little 30 gauge wires, if you wanted to twist them, that'd be rough because of how thick the silicone is. I guess you strip a bunch more and then twist them. That's pretty cool. I never even considered that. That's a really good idea. And then they're both in one, and you can solder them as one big glorious donkey. All right, here we go. This is a beta FPV AIO and a beta FPV frame. I just realized that. That's pretty cool. Twist them, strip them long, and then twist them and cut. Interesting. Never thought of doing that. All right, pound mount. About to pound out some... Never mind. This is a 15 degree pound mount, I think. Pretty sure this is a 15 degree pound mount. This will be the first time that I'm actually seeing this pound mount at 15 degrees. On the Modulus 6 board, the front of the pound mount goes on top of the UFL, and it adds extra up tilt. So this is going to be, and I already thought that this was kind of a little bit too low of an up tilt, so this is going to be crazy low up tilt. There's going to be a ton of duct in view here. For those McStinky mounts, I asked you guys to do them in 25 degree, because I really think that that's going to be the right number. I mean, technically speaking, after we put this in the pound mount, we could put this into the, we could throw the McStinky mount on here. So that's it, yo. That's the, oh no, I gotta get the VTX antenna. I kind of wanted to put the antenna on before I put it the rest of the way together, but I forgot, so let's see if I can just kind of sneak it in here. It looks like I do have access to where the UFL is, so I should be okay here. Let me get the motor wires plugged in first, actually, because they're gonna kind of be in the way here. So this is motor number 2, I think. No, this is motor number 3. And this is motor number 4. And right. Come on now. Oh my god, get in there. There we go. Nope. Not yet. There it is. I'm just happy I didn't need to direct solder these motors. This build also direct soldering motors. Oh my god. Come on now. Don't do that. If you do that, don't come crying to me when you want to jump off the roof. All right, let's see. Let's see if I can get this guy plugged in here. This is going to be... Whoo, talk about fiddly. This is going to be ultra fiddly. I'm going to have to use some tweezers here to be able to push down on the UFL. Looks like I got it in position now. Let's see. Come on. I hate to do this with metal tip tweezers in case I slip and smash into the board, but that snapped on there completely fine. And yeah, not bad. Not bad, although it is the lowest point. Oh man, this thing is going to get the hell beaten out of it. I just did notice that it is the lowest point. So every time I land, it's gonna Well, maybe not. Yeah, now I can hear it. This antenna is not long for this world set up like this. There's really nothing I can do. It's hitting on the bottom part of the frame. Try one thing real quick. Let me try one thing. Let's switch this motor wire and this head of the antenna. The other thing you got to pay attention to is that now it gets in the way of the battery bay. You don't want anything pushing against this antenna. It'll throw the tune of the antenna kind of out. So, yeah. Put some door bumpers under the motors or on the screws. That's a great idea. Yeah, anything to just kind of sit this guy up is going to work there. Okay. Other option is, now if it's sitting on the motor mount, yeah, it definitely wants to sit down in here. Yeah. Unfortunately, adding anything to these Tiny Whoop builds, especially things that are made of rubber, is going to add quite a bit of weight. A shocking amount of weight, actually. Let's plug the rest of these motors in, throw it up in the air, see what's up. Throw it into betaflight first, actually. Okay. Nah, that antenna ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. It's like if it slides side, yeah, it's starting to chew the yeah, this ain't gonna work. All right, let's scrap this antenna idea, and we're just gonna run a linear antenna up to the top. And what I'll probably do is I'll snag another regular short, ultra short singularity antenna, and then that'll have enough wire length for me to run it up top. I could run this one, but it would be like ultra long. It would be sitting all up like that, and that's kind of silly. So just for the time being, we're just going to take this little tiny whip antenna, and we're just going to whip it up. So let's put a little angle on the wire itself, and we're going to run it down like this, and it's going to go under that wire there. And come on, let's get these motor wires the hell out of the way. Okay, so we're just going to run this guy down and under, and he can just plug in there, and we'll be okay. Maybe? Now it's hitting on the frame. Do I want to run this under from the other side, maybe? What if I take one of these longer fellas and run it from the opposite side? Oh, but then it's got to cross over the battery bay? No, maybe not. No, shit, yeah, it's going to sit up too tall. Okay, so I could run it out the front, but then I've got an antenna like all up in the front, all up in your business. Well, damn. Yeah, the UFL is like exactly wrong, and it's hitting on the frame, and that we really can't have that because that is going to put vibrations from the frame into the VTX, which is VHB to the AIO, where the gyro lives. So I don't know what to do here. I think maybe having something running the length of the... Alright, I'm going to try this. I'm going to put a 90-degree angle on this, and I'm going to try to run it from the other side. This should work. Wait, I could even do that with this, couldn't I? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do it with this little guy because he's lighter. So I'm going to straighten this guy out, and I'm going to put a 90 right about here, because that's about the length of the run. And then I'm going to feed this up through here, and then I'm going to run it across. Come on, little buddy. Get up in there. Get up in there. Get up in there! Okay. I can't do this on the close-up camera because I need to be able to see what the hell I'm doing here, and I barely can. Oh, well, then the problem, I'm gonna run into the same problem on the other side where this frame, yeah, balls. Well, maybe not. Maybe it'll clear it. Okay, so now I've got it run across. Now I gotta plug this in. Ooh, boy. Putting the VTX on the bottom here is maybe not the best thing. Okay, gotta get this plugged in. Get back on there. Get back on there. Come on. Oh, shit. And now this is right on top of the button for the VTX. Oh, shit. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. Farts. Alright, the UFL on this antenna is a little too thick. I gotta use one of these longer antennas because it's got the really thin, not UFL, I meant to say the actual antenna cable. This one is gonna hit between the VTX and the frame. And this is not what I expected to be the most annoying sort of part of this build. Alright, yeah, I gotta use one of these that has the really thin antenna wire here. So let's go right back to this one, which I already put that little bend in. And we're gonna run it around. And we're gonna push it in through. And now get it down. Okay. And all right, here we go. We just gotta get that. Oh, fucker, come on. Oh my god! I should maybe just pull the screws and pull the flight controller off to do this, but we're almost here. We're almost there. Got the UFL in position. I just gotta push it on. Come on, snap on there. Snap. Come on, let me feel it. Oh, fucker. Arrgh! Oh, just get on there, please. There we go, Nope. Yep, nope, yep, nope, yep. Come on. Come on, man. Try like one more time, and then I'm going to rip the whole thing apart just to do this. Just to plug a fucking video antenna in. When I was talking before about I didn't want this build to be so fiddly that like I don't want to ever take it apart and work on it, well, we're approaching that. All right, there we go. That's plugged in. It's plugged in, and this antenna has a thin enough wire that it's not hitting the frame, so we're good. I don't love having this big stupid antenna sticking up like this, but I don't know. I don't know. This is interesting. I'm going to take this, I think, and run it under these camera wires. Because if it's sitting up like this, eventually it's going to want to come down and get all angry up in here. So let me... Okay. All right. Not ideal, but I think that's the way it's going to live for the time being. Oh, this is ugly as hell, man. I can't have this like this. This is absolutely ridiculous. Let's get this out of here. Okay. Too ugly, yo. Too ugly. Can't stand it. Yeah, this antenna is just gonna have to be kind of ugly. Michael D says, can you do the Happymodel method and solder a copper wire? I certainly can, but you know, I want my builds to have half decent video so that you guys can see what I'm doing when I'm flying them on stream. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that. But for you guys that are not streaming while flying Tiny Whoops, yeah, you could absolutely do that, and you'd be good to go. But I'm not gonna do that. All right, so we're good. The antenna situation is admittedly bogus as hell, but I don't know how else to. What if I run this guy across him? It's still sticking out too much. I think what I need is another singularity that's just the exact right length. This is too long. I would need a singularity that's like that long so I could run it across. But see, the problem is these use the thicker wire, and then it's going to want to jam up into the frame, I think. And I don't like that. But let's just go. Let's just push forward here. Man, I was really hoping I could get the small antenna to work, but it's like the exact wrong length. If it was a little bit longer, I could just make it do a quick 90 and then peek out the top over here. But it's like exactly the wrong length to be able to do that. It would need to be a little longer. I have two of them. One of them doesn't work. And the one that I'm using is slightly longer than the other one, but it's still not quite long enough. I can't face it out the back because of the battery bay. Oh man, these batteries are going to hit on the UFL, aren't they? Let's see. Oh, shit. It's close. Man, this is tight. Putting that VTX on the bottom leaves you with, like, absolutely no room. Interesting. All right, well, it's done. There it is. Antenna's a little ugly, but hey, can't win them all. Let's get it into Betaflight and see what's what. It is 450. Good lord. Ramble Rotorwork says I had to rotate the VTX for that reason. So if I'd rotated the problem with rotating the VTX is now it's going to put the UFL port in the front, and I guess that might have been better. I guess it sort of depends on exactly where you mount the VTX. So I shifted the VTX rearward a little bit, and thank God that I did, because look at the clearance between the UFL and the frame. Like, if this VTX was shifted any farther forward, that would be touching the frame. I got really lucky with where I stuck this VTX down. So if I'd rotated the VTX, we could have had the UFL up towards the front of the frame, and then I guess I could have run the antenna cable from up here down along. Yeah, that would have been good. That would have been good. So if I'd rotated the VTX 90 degrees clockwise, and then I would have had to shift the VTX rearwards a little bit to make sure that that UFL wouldn't have hit the front of the frame there in the same way that it is in the rear. Yeah. Interesting. Super challenging build. Super challenging build. Can't say that I really can't recommend this build, if I'm honest. The Mobula 6 is so much easier, and like, if I have to fix this build, I'm gonna be pissed. So yeah, I ain't gonna recommend this, but it's done. So let's see. Let's throw it on the scale. Should be really light. Should be really light. Or maybe it won't be any lighter than the Happymodel builds. I don't know. It's heavier than the Happymodel builds. Of course it's heavier, because there's a second PDB. 19.5 grams. So yeah, I'm going to absolutely not recommend this build. If you're a racer, you kind of have to do this build in order to get an external VTX on. But yeah, if you're flying freestyle, there's really no reason to do this build over a Happymodel Mobula 6, in my opinion. But hey, I've got black box. All right, here we go. USB, plug in, and let the binding woes begin. Betaflight's coming up. STM32 F411 connecting. Let's come into the receiver tab. And we do not have the bind button. So let's come into the CLI. BND underscore RX, I think. Nope. Bind, nope. Bind underscore RX. Nope. How do you put this into binding mode? Find bind. Here we go. Enter binding status by powering off and on 3 times. Okay, great. Power off and on 3 times. Let's disconnect and let's get the transmitter into binding mode. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. Module's coming up. Pushing the button on the back. Oh, I need to pull USB from it. Okay. Module packet rate. Nope. Nope. We don't want that. Nope. Come on. Stop it. Transmitter power. No, well, although what is the transmitter power on? 100 milliwatts? Great. Telemetry ratio. Let's actually change that. I had it on 1/8, but let's go to 132. And here's bind mode. Binding. All right. We're going to unplug and plug 3 times. Ready? And a once. And a twice. And a 3 times. Press the send bind request. Binding. Looks like we might be bound. Let's pull power. Let's plug this thing into Betaflight, and we'll see if the bars move in the receiver tab. Please be bound. 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 It's bound! Express LRS. Sometimes I love you. Let's get it to TAER so that it stops spinning like a top. Let's hit save. Bottom left on both sticks, less than 1,000. Bottom right, top right, over 2,000. Great. We're gonna set the stick low threshold to 1,000. We're gonna set the stick high threshold to 2,000. 4 points of deadband. Stop it. We're gonna put the smoothing up to 100, and we're gonna save it. All right. Now we're gonna come up to and just go through all these tabs. Setup. We want nose down, nose up, roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right. Good to go. Configuration. Change it from, that's funny, Meteor 75. That's interesting. Change it to Ciotti. We can see the gyro frequency is 3.2. That means it's a BMI 270. Soft serial is turned on. That's kind of interesting. Air mode is on permanently. OSD is on. That's fine. D-Shot beeper is on. Good for you. Save and reboot to save my name change in there. And connect again. Let's come into ports. And UART2 has smart audio turned on, but I think this VTX is on the Tramp smart audio protocol. So we're going to switch that over to Tramp, save and reboot. Reconnect. Let's go to video transmitter. Device ready, no. Let's put power to it and see if maybe that'll go to yes. Although I feel like this device ready shit is not always right. Low power disarm, I'm going to change it from on until first arm. That's a much better setting for it. Oh, we need to do a full-blown VTX table for this thing, don't we? Let's go here. And is there a link to the VTX table? No. So we want Happymodel OVX 300. VTX table. Let's see. Oops. What do you got for me, Happymodel? Wait, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, wait. Looks like that is the one. Tramp. Okay, great. And where's the VTX table? Here it is. Why are there two? Copy and paste your choice of protocol VTX table into Betaflight CLI. Let me unplug the quad so it doesn't get too hot. Oh, the presets. Of course, the presets. Good call, friends. All right. Forget about that. All right, plugging back in to Betaflight. And then we're going to connect, and we're going to go to presets, and we're going to search for, what the hell is it called? OVX. Let's just search for OVX. No presets. Categories. VTX. Oh my god, there's a lot. HD0, Emergency Tramp, Avatar, Speedy B, Diton Mamba, eSheen. It's not eSheen, it's Happymodel. Nope, not in here. That's kind of annoying. Not the end of the world, though. Copy and paste your choice of protocol. What do you... Oh, it'll work on either regular smart audio or Tramp. Oh, that's pretty cool. So we're going to use this one. And copy. Come in here. Paste. And away we go. Okay. All right. We are good to go there. Let's keep going through here. Power and battery, onboard ADC. Looks like they've got the scaling set. The minimum cell voltage is set up for like a 5-inch rig. We don't want that. Oh, wait, no, this is right. Minimum cell 3.3, warning 3.5. No, this is good. This is good. This is good. Fail safe. Let's change the guard time up to 3 seconds. Save and reboot. Okay. And then now we're good on presets. PID tuning, jitter reduction. Let's move that up to 15 just for a little bit more stick smoothing. They've got a PID tune on here. Let's fly this existing PID tune to see how it is. They've got the Dmax turned way down. I'm going to fix that. Curious to see what this PID tune is like. It's pretty soft. It's a pretty soft looking PID tune. Let's get my rates in here. 40, 40, 40. 700, 700, 700, expo of 0.7. We're going to do throttle midpoint at 0.35 is going to be my guess, and then we're going to do the throttle expo at 0.4. That's pretty aggressive, but these are really powerful motors. And then the filter settings, pretty aggressive. Let's turn this gyro RPM filter down to 1 harmonic. And we're going to do Bluejay on this, so we're going to turn on RPM filtering. But first, let's just keep going through here. Receiver is good to go. Modes, let's turn off angle mode. Horizon is going to be in the up switch position. Arm looks fine. Beeper, we're going to move to aux 3 in the down position. We've got black box. Wow, what a world. What a time to be alive. Black box on aux 2 in the down switch position. Very cool. Flip over after crash, aux 3, but in the middle. You guys are saying ELRS presets. Is there a... Why would the VTX table be in the ELRS presets? That's weird, isn't it? Beeper mute. Wait, did I turn on beeper? Where's beeper? Nah, beeper's good. Aux 3 all the way down. Flip over after crash. Good. And just for funsies, we'll put launch control onto aux 2 in the middle switch position. Save. Modes are good. Adjustments. I might as well do it real quick here to turn off the OSD. Aux 2, full range. Okay, fine. Motors. Bidirectional D-shot is already turned on. I'll be damned. Of course it is, because there was the harmonics that I changed. Okay, motor idle, good to go. We do need to get this onto Bluejay though, so let's do that now. We're gonna go to escconfigurator.com. We're gonna give this thing power. Connect. Read settings. What the hell? Let's try this again. It says turn off your radio. Forgot about that. Shut down. Yep. Connect. Port already in use. Right. Betaflight. No. Okay. Let's reset everything here. Okay. Replugging in USB. Reapplying power. Connect. There we go. Read settings. Now we're talking. And it looks like it's already on Bluejay, but it's on 0.17. There is a new version. Flash all. 0.18.1. PWM frequency 48. And flash. You can certainly do black box on one port, on port 1 for ARM, but then black box is always running when you're armed, and it's going to fill the black box up pretty quick. Better bet is to put it on its own switch, so you can just turn it on when you need it. Freeloader says, that tune is for 802 19,500. Well, it's going to be wild on these 30,000s. We'll see how it is. Good Lord, this is taking forever. Oh man, it looks like their Bluejay was on 96K. That's a nightmare. I have a USB fan, it's just in the box. Which is like 4 feet away. There we go! Okay. Brake on stop, I'm going to turn that on. Beacon delay, I'm going to make it 2 minutes. And then the beep strength, I'm going to turn it up because otherwise the little beeper doesn't really work all that well on this little guy. And we're going to write settings. Those things are kind of subtle. You don't need to do those things. I think we're pretty much good to go here. Let's go back into Betaflight real quick, though. It'll take 10 years for it to launch. Ah! Chomp, 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 chomp. Connect. No. Connect. And just really quickly in the OSD. Oh, God, this OSD is a nightmare. Let me unplug it, and I'm going to grab my OSD settings from text edit. Okay, that ain't the one. I want this one. Diamond AIO build will have a chunk of OSD that is good. Here it is. OSD, profile 2. And then up to here. Copy. Minimize. Replug this in. And then we'll be all set. Okay. CLI. Drop it in. And then I'm going to do get PID sum. And I'm going to kick the PID sum all the way up, as we always do. Set PID sum up to 1,000. And then we're going to copy the yaw line. We're going to do the same thing. Set, space, paste. Change it from 400 to 1,000. And now we're going to save. And so now my OSD should be in here. Yes, it is. Except for this. What the hell is this over here for? Oh, right, because it adds to the OSD. It doesn't just... So we're going to turn off the crosshairs. We're going to turn off the regular battery voltage. We're going to turn off the fly mode. And we're going to turn off the RSSI DBM. And we're going to turn off timing too. Now I've got my OSD. Save it. Video transmitter. Hey, device ready? Yes. Look at us go. On until first arm. Fat Shark 8. The power setting is going to be just 25 all the time. Save it. Adjustments is good to go. Modes is good to go. Receiver is good to go. Black box. We need to put this to gyro scaled, which I already did. Onboard flash. All set. Should be flyable. Although it is a BMI 270 gyro, and God knows what this tune is, so let's... could still be a nightmare. Let's see. Might just fly away. 5:10. We did not get it done in time. VRX. Let's see if we get video. We do not have video. Awesome. Just straight up static, which means that the VTX is not even running. Or maybe it's not on the right channel. Or maybe it's locked or something. Let's see if the rig flies at least. Yeah, hold on. Maybe it's on, maybe it's locked into pit mode or something. The quad will not arm. Yeah, well. Oh, motors are not spinning in the right direction. Why won't the VTX turn on is the first question. Let's see if it has power. Plugging the battery in. Okay, the VTX is lighting up. And there's a little blue light that's flashing. I have a hunch that the antenna wire is on top of the button. No, it's not. The button's not being held down. Let me go to the VTX page and see if there's any weirdness that I need to do with the button. No, doesn't look like it. Let me check the VTX with my goggles on. If it's in pit mode with my goggles on, I'll be able to point my patch at it and we'll pick something up. But we're not. We're not picking anything up. And it is on race 8, although, no, it's on race 7. That's weird. Why are you on race 7? I told you to be on race 8. I need to plug it back in anyway. So let's do that. And, all right, good. So the VTX is all set. Plug it back in. We'll hop into Betaflight and see why the hell it's not on race 8. I'm pretty sure that we told it race 8 in here, didn't we? Yeah, we're telling it to go to... Oh, no, Fat Shark 8. There we go. We want race band 8. Fat Shark 7 is the same thing as race 8. Race 7 is the same thing as Fat Shark 8. Not exactly the same, but pretty close. All right, there we go with that. Now we just need to get the motor spinning the right direction, and then we'll be fine. Fart, motor direction. I understand the risks. Wizard, start spin motors. Motor 1 is wrong. Click it. Motor 2 is right. Motor 3 is right. Motor 4 is wrong. Stop motors. Close. And now we're good to go. Let's get it on, friends. UltimateTinyWhoop.com. BetaFPV. Freestyle Tiny Whoop. What? Get onto the right channel, yo. I think it's in pit mode. Hey. Yeah, so it's going to pit mode on first arm, which is the lowest. The Happymodels are not set up like that. Man, look how much frame is in view. Hey, it didn't fly away. Let's fly it. This is with the Tiny Whoop pinch cam. Tune feels a little wobbly. A little loose. Let's check it. Wow, no, it's... Between the PID sum and these crazy high KV motors, there's no bounce back. Still feels a little loose though. Just like from... Oh God, why? Got that first crash out of the way. Yeah, wow, the tune feels really soft. So it's been black boxing that entire time. I set black box up for the switch position that turns off the OSD. Let me get my my hover point figured out. I took a guess at 35. Looks like that's pretty much right. Yeah, 35 looks like the hover point. Flies great. It's definitely a lower up tilt than I'm used to. Let's start pushing on the tune. Profile, simplified tuning, master multiplier, up we go. Let's go all the way up to 1.6 and see what happens. That's a huge change. Good to go. Oops. Let's push it up to 2.0. Just trying to kind of find the limit. Nope, there's the limit. Go back in there. And we're going to bring it down to 1.6. And we're going to fly it around and see how razor's edge the tune kind of is. So what you're listening for is what happens after you come off the throttle. Let's swap the battery out. On a fresh battery, the tune is going to be more angry. So let's see how the tune is on a fresh battery. You always want to kind of tune on a fresh battery, because if you're tuning on a dead battery, you run the risk of putting a fresh battery on it and having the tune go banana pants. So let's get a freshie on here. Pretty impressive. We were able to push that master multiplier all the way up to 1.6 right away. Although, that being said, I think I can hear the tune already starting to get a little bit pissed off. So, yeah. Yeah, it's in pit mode right now. Once I arm it, it'll kick to 25 milliwatts. There we go. Oh, yep. That's too much. 1.6 is too much. So let's come in here and let's lower it down to 1.4. See where that gets us. Good to go. So now what we want to do is really push it around. And you're going to listen. You're going to listen for... Uh-oh, uh-oh. We hit 2 cymbals. Holy hell. Oh, boy. Oh! So close. Oh, boy. Is that saying low battery? Well, this battery just went to hell in a handbasket. What's going on here? Yo, I must have spent 2 hours working on this T300 wheelbase last night. I changed the internal fan that cools the motor down to a Noctura, and the thing that took most of the time, there's a little cover in the middle on top of this thing that has a bunch of fake holes in it, and I drilled it out for real holes. What is going on with the runtime? Was this hopefully this battery was not fully charged? Because otherwise we've got some runtime issues here, friends. Hopefully this, yeah, it was not a fully charged battery. Let me check this next battery on a checker here. 4.34. Okay, so this is a fully charged battery. Let's see what kind of runtime we get. Yump, yump. Listen for pigeons, pretty much. Okay. Let's fly. Let's go upstairs. What's the, let me know how this signal looks here, friends. Duke goes running away. Actually, let's land it here. I want to look at the stream. I want to see what the feed looks like. Ooh, clean. Better signal than with the Happymodel boards? I have a feeling. You tell me, people. Almost. What's Felix making? What you making? What you making? Down we go! Missing the stairs narrowly. Oh god, the ceiling fan got me. Ooh. Ooh. Durability testing immediately. Uh-oh. More durability. I mean, I am really curious about this build in terms of durability. The Mobula 6 ELRS builds have proven to be absolutely indestructible. Which is just absurd and a really big deal. Whew. And a really big deal for me. So yeah, this build, I don't know. Oh man, yo, we got some runtime problems here, friends. If I'm getting a low battery warning already, that is not great. Although the battery is only at 3.65, so let's keep going. I'll fly the rest of the battery down here. Man, the lower up tilt is a hell of an adjustment. Jesus. Easy, don't kill. Oh yeah, we've got some runtime problems here, friends. Well, I think maybe the low battery warnings are less on this. Are lower, I should say, on this, so I don't know. Okay, there's a failsafe for you. That's not great. Okay. So this is the problem that I've had with previous Beta FPV. What is that in the carpet? Is that something that fell off the Tiny Whoop? Hold on. Yeah, signal strength problems are what has... Or why I have not run, just a little piece of a leaf. Why I have not run Beta FPV rigs in the past. I don't understand it. They just fail safe way more than they should. I'm gonna keep flying this through the low battery warnings to see what kind of runtime we get. Because I think that the low battery numbers are a little low. I thought I noticed that. Because there's no reason that this should have less runtime than what we're used to, which is like slightly over 3 minutes. And we're getting there. Yeah, and I mean, the battery's coming way the hell down, but we usually over discharge these batteries anyway, you know what I mean? Although, that being said, I mean, it is running an external VTX. Maybe there's something going on with that. Durability looks okay so far. Everything's still in the right places. We got it up over 3 minutes. Okay, yeah, so we're good. So it's the... so let's fix that, because that's super annoying. That's super annoying to have the low battery numbers be at the low battery warnings being in at different voltages. I don't remember what the hell they are on the Happymodel rigs, so I'm gonna plug one in really quick to take a look. Okay, Crazy Bee F4. Let's see. Oh, it powers up the VTX. That's right. Power and battery 2.9 and 3.2. There we go. 2.9, 4.5, 3.2. Somebody type that in the chat for me. 294532. 294532. 294532. 294532. 294532. 294532. All right. Oh God, really? 2.9. 4.5, 3.2, capacity 300. There we go. All right, good deal. And video transfer. Yeah, see, so it's usually race is all the way down on. Usually race is all the way down on setting 1, and then setting 2 will be 25 milliwatts. That's why with low power disarm, it's when I first plug it in, it's sitting on race. I'm actually fine with that, though, because like right now it's in pit mode. Race is pit mode. So yeah, I don't hate that, if I'm honest. Okay, let's, is this the battery that I just ran it on? Yeah, it is, because it's nice and warm. So let's run it on one of these little 270 batteries. That's all I've got left. No, I've got another 300 left. But yeah, we got over 3 minutes, so we're fine. And this is at 4.35, so this is perfect. All right, great. Let's do another battery with the regular warnings, and we'll make sure that it gives us those warnings. I mean, we're fine. It went over 3 minutes, and that's what I needed to see. All right, arm it, and kick the VTX on. Ooh, farts. It hit me in the head. So you know what I noticed is that, oh yeah, this tune is on the edge. See that? See how it's continuing to bounce? and when it bounces, it's in oscillation. Can you hear it? All right, listen really carefully. Right after it bounces, it goes brr, brr, brr. It's yeah, the tune is like on the edge of exploding. So let's do this. Let's get it into Betaflight really quick. And we are going to use some of the lessons that we learned from Quad 6.6's recent tuning. These are 0702s. This is a Meteor 65 frame. So yeah, we can use those tuning concepts on this to see if we can clean it up a little bit. So he's got a D-term notch filter, 230 center, 200 cutoff. Let's do that. And I mean, Christ, we have black box, so I can beg people smarter than me to help me with this tune. But let's just really quickly try this because I love simple tuning stuff that I can kind of pass along to you people. 230 and 200. 230, 200. And then we already turned the harmonics down to 1. Let's reduce the Q factor a little bit on this dynamic notch. And then, oh, it might be related to this max frequency. Let's get this max frequency up to 900. These are subtle changes here. The main change is that D-term notch filter. I'm not going to touch these sliders. These sliders are already pretty low. 1.1 and 1. These are pretty aggressive sliders. And the gyro filtering is on. I'm actually going to turn the dynamic off, and I'm going to push this all the way up. In theory, the gyro filtering doesn't do anything. So we're going to really test that out here. We removed gyro filtering, but we added this D-term notch. So if it is less on the edge right now, then yeah, we've done really well on the filtering. So let's see. Get you guys watching along. All right, let's try a little bounce test. Would you look at that? So it's definitely better. And the tune is like absolutely locked. Okay. I'm blaming it on the up tilt. Flies great. It is a little bit heavier than the Mobula 6 builds. I can maybe feel that. I think, if anything, we would see that in the runtime. Okay, face first. Okay, relax, friend. Relax, little buddy, don't die! Just slid back into the whole shelving in there. Oh my god. That would have been sick if that had gone sideways through that gate. Oh man, going for those awkward sideways gate throws is interesting. Ah! I don't think, so yeah, crash recovery is not on, so this is a good kind of example of what crash recovery actually does. Oh my god. Not feeling the flow today. But this is a very familiar flight experience other than less up tilt than what I'm used to. Stop it! Sometimes it kind of feels like it's drifting to the right, though. But no, that's not true. It might just be like a weird optical illusion because I'm not used to having this much frame in view. Those filtering changes definitely worked, which is cool. So the up tilt is what's throwing off the power loops. There we go. There we go. You get used to it, though. Or you just get lucky. Now you get used to it. Yeah, you totally get used to it. Ah! No, no, no. Leave me alone. Leave me be. No, no, no! I just saw a handsome guy. Who's that handsome fella? Come on. It's me! Oh! 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 That would have been too good. Nope. Didn't throw it back far enough. Oh god, the battery! Did it not give me battery warnings, or did I just not notice it? Oh! What's this battery gonna bounce back up to? 3.5? No, that's too low. That's too low. 3.23 was the low. Too low! I need to move these battery numbers up a little bit. Interesting little build. Let's put it on one of the 270s. No. Let's not. I'm gonna run these 270s into the ground. I try to run the 270s on lower KV setups. Let's put it on one of the 270s. I hate the antenna. The antenna is really driving me insane. It's just like splooting to the side. I could always just put a piece of a little dab of E6000 and just glue it up top or something like that. The antenna situation is sticky on this one. This is a sticky situation with the antenna. I gotta be honest. I don't know about that. I don't know about it. I don't know. Because my immediate plan is to put a singularity antenna in here, but it's going to have the exact right wire length to sneak up, and then it's going to be kind of in the way of that duct. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not at all sure about this. I guess I could run the antenna from the rear. I could run it up the butt. No, and then it gets in the way of the battery. Yeah, the antenna situation on this build with the VTX on the bottom is very strange. Very, very strange. But other than that, not a bad build. Here's the thing, though. Other than having black box, it doesn't do anything better than a Mobula 6 build. And it's heavier. So for freestyle, I just don't think this makes a lot of sense. I think that for freestyle, it's the Mobula 6 board. But what's cool about this build is I'm going to do some black boxing with this, and I'm going to ask either Brandon's Baked Beans or Eva FPV to help me get it dialed in, and maybe we can learn some more about how to tune these really high KV 702 rigs that are on BT 2.0, because Quad 66's tuning was on a PH 2.0 rig on 0702 26,000 KV motors. So with these higher KV motors and with BT 2.0, we might be in a situation where some of the stuff in his tune can be changed. So yeah, this is a really valuable rig from that perspective. This is probably not a rig that I'm going to fly a ton, though, because it's heavier and the weird antenna setup. And if it's going to be my black box rig, I don't necessarily want to pound the snot out of it. So, yeah. I don't know. Like, if you guys ever want me to fly this thing, I always will. But I think this is more going to be like a test bed for different motors. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe this will start doing something that's magical. It's on a BMI 270 gyro, which is interesting. The PID tune is not as I'm not able to crank the PID tune up as high as the Mobula 6 builds, and the filtering is much more aggressive. There's a lot more filtering on this rig, but that's probably down to the BMI 270 gyro, and maybe once we do some black boxing, we'll be able to kind of dial that in a little bit more. We'll see. Ramdonko built a Lightbulb to PC fan thing, worked okay, the ground wire fell off. Ramdonko also says, aux3 maybe, SCIOTIFPV, I forget the tab name. Figure out how I add turtle mode. Yeah, Manjaro, put turtle mode onto switch position 3 is usually your best bet. So there it is, people. There is the tinywhoop.com kind of sort of ultimate freestyle tiny whoop. Right now, you can't get the Mobula 6 AIO from tinywhoop.com. So right now, arguably this is the ultimate tinywhoop.com freestyle rig, but hopefully they'll get that AIO back in stock, because that's a much simpler build, and there are some benefits to it, I think. Doesn't have black box, but we don't really need black box. The filtering is kind of fine right out of the box on those, and just start pounding on it. So yeah, cool little build. Lots of tinywhoop.com parts. There you go, friends. Thanks for hanging out. My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Head on over to CiottiFPV.com and you can support me if you like these live streams and want to see them continue. I'll be back tomorrow night at 8 o'clock again, Joshua's time slot. 10 o'clock tomorrow night, I'm going to do a live worldwide pants, world's first live auction of a little newbie drone Tiny Whoop with 0802 25,000 kV motors, meteor cockroach frame, goober canopy, Acro B V1 AIO, which you can't get anymore, and there are some benefits to it, namely the MPU 6000 gyro. So yeah, 10 o'clock-ish Eastern time tomorrow night, I will be auctioning this off. It's got my tune on it. I'm going to charge a bunch of batteries and fly it around, and I'll kind of refine the tune a little bit. And then, yeah, somebody can buy it and smash it off their walls. Thanks for hanging, friends. Here's some more random flying from random events in my life, with some music from Epidemic Sounds. Have an awesome rest of your Sunday, my friends. No, we've heard this song a million times. Although this song will kind of match up with this, some of this flying, so put it back on. Come on. Come on, computer. You can do this. You can do this. Do it. Do it. Come on, computer. Do it. There we go. Love you, friends. Be good. I'll talk to you later.